Cool Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution. Trump warns Iran time is running out. He say the largest armada in the world is surrounded them. Iran standing tall through it all, ready for war. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Where the war could start any moment now, any hour now, any day now. Let's get right to the content. Salute.
Ministers' questions just for now. Just to bring you a couple of pieces of breaking news that have happened in the last few minutes. President Trump is tweeting again. He has put out a message on his Truth Social. He says, and I quote, "A massive armada is heading to Iran. It's moving quickly with great power, enthusiasm and purpose. It is a larger fleet headed by the great aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln than we sent to Venezuela. Like with Venezuela, it is ready, willing and able to rapidly fulfill its mission with speed and violence if necessary. Hopefully, Iran will quickly come to the table and negotiate a fair and equitable deal. And then in capitals, no nuclear weapons. One that is good for all parties. Time is running out. It is truly of the essence. As I told Iran once before, make a deal. They didn't, and there was Operation Midnight Hammer, a major destruction of Iran. The next attack will be far worse. Don't make that happen again. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald.
Well, my dear truth seekers, as you remember, 10 days ago, when commenting on the situation around Iran, I said that the failure of the CIA and Mossad to overthrow the current government in Tehran would most likely not stop the American president, suffering from a God complex, from attacking Iran. And, as the current events in the Persian Gulf show, I was right. So, a few hours ago, independent monitoring services confirmed that a U.S. Navy aircraft carrier strike group, led by USS Abraham Lincoln, entered the Persian Gulf and stopped off the coast of Oman, 720 kilometers from Iran. Currently, the Americans are not venturing closer, as the Pentagon, citing intelligence data, has confirmed that Iran is actively preparing for military operations along the entire coastline of the country. Furthermore, Iranian Rear Admiral and member of the Expediency Discernment Council, Ali Shamkhani, also added oil to the fire. In particular, speaking to Middle Eastern journalists, he officially announced that within the next 24 hours, the Persian Gulf would plunge into flames. At the same time, he warned that if the United States, based on the erroneous calculations of its narcissistic president, decides on another stupid adventure, then all American soldiers in the region will lose their lives. As for the narcissistic American president, his psychological problems worry not only U.S. rivals, but also allies. As it turned out, all attempts by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to convince Trump not to attack Iran, until Israel has fully restored its battered air defense, were unsuccessful. Furthermore, after the last Iran-Israel war, in the summer of 2025, the Jewish state also failed to rebuild the Mossad's intelligence network in Iran, which was completely destroyed by the Iranian intelligence services during and after the 12-day war. Afghans and Kurds, who were massively recruited by Israeli special services, were either executed or expelled from Iran. Thus, it becomes clear that at the moment, Israel is not ready for another war in the region. However, despite this, Donald Trump, guided by personal ambitions and the desire not to lose face in front of the world, continues to force Israel to enter the war against Iran already now. By these actions, Trump is not only exposing the US ally to missile attacks, but is also trying to share responsibility. In addition to Israel, Donald Trump also forced Britain to join the anti-Iranian coalition. London was afraid to say no to the 47th President of the United States, and sent several of its fighter jets to the Middle East. Furthermore, the US President also forcibly joined Jordan to the anti-Iranian coalition. Unfortunately, Jordan has long been a helpless puppet in the hands of Washington. Thus, it becomes clear that the United States, before striking Iran, is expanding the coalition in order to overload Iran's missile capabilities. Nevertheless, even American think tanks admit that Trump is playing a frightfully risky and dangerous game that could end badly not only for the United States, but also for its allies in the Middle East. The fact is that in the event of an attack, Iran is capable of launching 500 missiles simultaneously, directly from underground communications. In addition, Iran also possesses hypersonic missiles that can sink any American aircraft carrier in the Persian Gulf. In particular, H.I. Sutton, a well-known analyst who specializes in submarines and subsurface systems, expressed confidence that in the event of hostilities, Iran would easily sink the aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln using the hypersonic missile Fata-2, whose warheads reach speeds of Mach 12. According to him, the presence of the USS Abraham Lincoln in the Persian Gulf is not an advantage, but a burden, with huge reputational losses, if an Iranian missile hits this aircraft carrier. In addition, Western experts are concerned about the fact that the United States has developed the current operation against Iran too quickly. According to them, the United States was in a hurry and acted against Yemen's Houthis in the same way, as a result of which American warships had to literally escape from the Red Sea, with the damaged aircraft carrier Dwight Eisenhower. And given the fact that, unlike Yemen, Iran has much greater firepower, in the event of hostilities, the U.S. Navy aircraft carrier strike group will not be able to escape from the Persian Gulf. By the way, on January 27, Tehran officially stated that it would consider any attack as a full-scale war, and would respond in the harshest form, including retaliatory missile and naval operations against American warships in the Persian Gulf. Later, the Iranian military announced that the American aircraft carrier would be the main target of Iranian missiles and drones. Well, my dear truth seekers, given the fact that Iran has nothing to lose in the event of a war, such threats from Tehran sound very truthful. Furthermore, it seems that Iran's allies have also decided to throw off the gloves and do everything to maintain the balance of power in the region. In particular, numerous sources in the Israeli Mossad have confirmed that this week will be decisive. According to them, in addition to China, Pakistan's military transport aircraft have also begun to supply military cargo to Iran. It is reported that Pakistani aircraft are actively helping Chinese aviation to deliver military supplies to Iran from the city of Sichuan, where Chinese factories for the production of air defense systems are located. Thus, it becomes clear that amid the preparation of the United States and Israel to strike Iran, the Chinese authorities urgently began to strengthen the air defense of this country. However, the bad news for the United States and Israel did not end there. In particular, the authoritative Russian newspaper Kommersant, citing its own sources in the Russian Defense Ministry, stated that Moscow had helped Tehran to test the first Iranian intercontinental ballistic missile successfully. It is reported that this Iranian intercontinental ballistic missile successfully hit a target at one of the Russian military ranges in central Siberia. Thus, it becomes clear that Iran has a unique missile at its disposal, which will be able to hit targets even in the United States. Against this backdrop, I would not be surprised if Iran also tests its own nuclear weapon in the near future. I am absolutely sure that only after this will Israel and the United States not only abandon the idea of attacking Iran, but even begin to build diplomatic relations with this Middle Eastern country. Well, my friends, let's hope that Iran's new military capabilities will somehow cool down the hotheads in Washington, and we will be able to avoid a large-scale armed conflict. Nevertheless, given Trump's unpredictability and his psychological instability, the risk of a nuclear war on this planet is still at a very high level.
Walk will start tonight.
They've reached their positions in the Arabian Sea and shifted into engagement mode. Trump declares it. Without hesitation, America's aircraft carriers will rip out the Supreme Leader's head. On the other side, Tehran has bared its fangs, silently. It has pushed long-range naval missiles into advanced launch positions from hidden angles at calculated distances. And they are still on standby. The objective is clear. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is looking to execute a preemptive strike, one that cripples the carrier before its aircraft can even take off. The question worrying the Pentagon is no longer, does Iran have the capability to target aircraft carriers? But rather, do these massive, slow-moving carriers have enough time to evade an Iranian strike? That's exactly what we'll uncover in this episode. Stay with us. What awaits America's aircraft carriers is not a traditional naval assault, and not cruise missiles slipping in over the waves, but a strike from above, straight from the sky. Iran has revealed a weapon built on a completely different philosophy, an anti-ship ballistic missile designed specifically to destroy massive naval targets from a safe distance. It is known as Khalij Fars, or Persian Gulf, but what matters most is how it hits. Launched from deep inside Iranian territory, it climbs high, then dives down onto its target from the sky at a near vertical angle, an angle that disrupts the defensive mechanics of aircraft carriers. It's like throwing an iron hammer from the upper layers of the atmosphere onto a massive, slow target that can't maneuver its way out. Its length is close to 9 meters, and its weight exceeds 3.5 tons. It carries a 650-kilogram warhead, powerful enough to turn a carrier's deck into a hellscape of wreckage and fire, even if the strike doesn't hit a critical point directly. The missile is powered by a single-stage solid-fuel engine, giving it instant speed from the moment of launch. In its terminal phase, it reaches speeds above Mach 3, more than 3,700 kilometers per hour, And it has a range of up to 300 kilometers, meaning it can cover the entire Sea of Oman from inside Iran, or from advanced forward positions that can be moved and hidden without being detected. But the real danger isn't the range, it's the lethal accuracy. It is equipped with inertial guidance systems, along with a terminal thermal seeker that detects the heat signature of moving ships and drives the strike toward the weakest point. And when you look at the probable margin of error, it's less than 10 meters. Against a 300-meter-long aircraft carrier, that isn't a strike. That's an execution. Western interception systems like SM-2 or CRAM were designed to counter horizontal threats, but they struggle against a ballistic missile dropping from above at high speed, at an angle you can't predict or catch. And the bigger outcome here is this. One hit might not sink the carrier, but it can take it out of service, turning the carrier from a floating firebase into burning debris on the sea. Hormuz, the full ambush waiting for Trump. Hormuz is not a missile designed to sink an aircraft carrier with a single blow. Its more dangerous mission is to disable it while it's still afloat. This missile was built around a simple idea: strike the eyes before the body, meaning it targets radars, detection systems, and sources of broadcast and jamming before the carrier even thinks about launching its first wave of strikes. And according to what Iran claims, it is a derivative of the Fateh missile family, but with a naval/electronic mission focused on silencing the combat system, not simply tearing through the ship's hull. Its declared range is around 300 kilometers, and some estimates place it closer to 200 to 250 kilometers, which is enough to put aircraft carriers and their escorts inside a direct danger zone if they deploy in the Sea of Oman or the Arabian Sea. Hormuz uses solid fuel, meaning fast launch without complexity, shorter preparation time, and the ability to fire and relocate immediately, because its primary platform is a Mobile Transporter Erector Launcher, TEL, moved, concealed, and fired from positions satellites cannot constantly predict. Technically, Hormuz's power is not just its range, but its guidance method. It flies using inertial navigation, then transitions in the terminal phase to active or passive terminal guidance, meaning it can capture radar emissions or electronic signals from the target itself or its surrounding environment, lock onto them, and strike the emitter at its source. That is the core of its threat. It doesn't need to hit the carrier directly to achieve the mission. It only needs to strike a primary radar, disable a sensor node, or hit an electronic operations point. And the carrier begins losing the most valuable thing it possesses: combat awareness. As for speed, open sources typically place it in a high-velocity bracket approaching Mach 4 to Mach 5, a speed that makes the interception window extremely short and confuses defenses because this is not a missile skimming over waves, but a ballistic trajectory compressing time down to the final seconds. As for the warhead, there are multiple estimates regarding its weight and function. Some place it in the 250 to 300 kilograms range as a specialized payload for disrupting electronics and radar systems, while other estimates suggest a larger payload that may reach 500 kilograms or more in certain variants. But the real point isn't just weight, it's the type of damage. A strike on a radar, a transmission system, or a command and control node means the carrier will receive the next strike with less ability to see, track, and manage interception. And that's where Hormuz becomes truly dangerous to US aircraft carriers. It doesn't promise to sink the carrier instantly. It promises to strip it of its defining advantage, turning it into a massive floating platform that moves, but can't properly see what's happening around it. And with escorting destroyers and interception systems like SM-2 and similar assets, the problem becomes even worse. Because when you disable radar or disrupt tracking, you're not hitting a single ship. You're disrupting an entire defense network in one moment, opening a short window, but a lethal one. That's why Hormuz is viewed as a preparatory weapon. It wipes out the eyes first, then leaves the path open for other missiles to strike the larger target without ideal resistance. And you, dear viewer, in your opinion, can the aircraft carriers Trump move toward Iran survive strikes from Hormuz and Khalil Fars? Or does the United States still have other cards to play? Tell us what you think in the comments.
Hey guys, today we are revealing a huge military secret. When the US brought its giant carriers, Iran didn't wait. A floating city full of Shahd 136 suicide drones is ready. Let's dive into what is really happening in the Gulf. Well, friends, it all started when tensions got super high. The Americans moved their aircraft carriers into Middle Eastern waters. Iran, not wanting to back down, unveiled a strange innovation, converting giant commercial ships into warships packed with dangerous drones. You might ask, why build a drone carrier, not aircraft? The answer is simple: lower cost and crazy destructive power. These aren't cargo ships anymore. They are mobile death launchers. Imagine hundreds of suicide drones suddenly taking flight mid-ocean. The name of this new sea monster is Shahd Mahadavi. It used to be a standard container ship before conversion. The length is about 240 meters, which is truly massive. The Revolutionary Guards turned it into a mobile military base. Now let's get specific about how much capacity it has. Satellite reports show the ship's deck is completely flat now. Military experts say this vessel can carry dozens of drones. Some Western sources even speak of 50 to 100. The scary part is that the drones are not visible. They are hidden inside ordinary shipping containers on the deck. It looks like a merchant ship, but carries heavy fire. In battle, containers open and angry birds take to flight. Now we reach the main part, the famous Shahd 136 drones. Known as kamikaze drones, they are a nightmare for radars. Iran has armed this ship to the teeth with them. The Shahd 136 has long range and hits targets very accurately. The operational range is estimated to be around 2,000 kilometers. This means the Shahd Mahadavi doesn't need to get close. From the middle of the Indian Ocean, it strikes afar. This capability has completely changed naval warfare equations in the region. Why is the US so worried about this drone combination? Because countering a swarm attack is incredibly difficult to do. When 50 drones launch at once, carrier defenses get confused. Even advanced systems fail when the airspace gets totally saturated. Look guys, US aircraft carriers are huge and expensive targets. A single American carrier costs billions and holds thousands of crew. But a tiny Shahd 136 drone costs a tiny fraction of that. If a cheap drone hits radar, the damage is massive. Iran has brought asymmetrical warfare right into the open sea. Asymmetric means using cheap tools against the enemy's expensive ones. The Gulf isn't just for US carriers and jets anymore. A new player with different rules has entered the battlefield. Besides suicide drones, this ship has other capabilities as well. Attack helicopters can easily land and take off from the deck. It is also equipped with anti-ship cruise missiles and defense, so don't think you are dealing with a simple warehouse. Published images show that missile launchers are also installed there. Ballistic missiles from the Zulfiqar family were spotted on board. This means the Shad Mahadavi is a complete floating arsenal. The mix of missiles and drones makes defense nearly impossible. A detailed technical point you should know is the launch system. They use assist boosters for the initial launch from the deck. After launch, the main engine starts and heads to target. This simple mechanism removes the need for a long runway. The naval forces can take this ship anywhere in the ocean. It can operate thousands of kilometers away from Iran's coastlines. Drones no longer need to fly only from Iranian soil. This means the threat can come from anywhere at sea. Americans reported that this ship participated in very long missions. It is said to have gone near the Red Sea. Its presence near Yemen carries specific political and military messages. It shows Iran wants to project power beyond the Gulf. Let's put it simply, this is a real military chess game. The US brought its Rook, which is the aircraft carrier. Iran crowded the board with dangerous pawns, the suicide drones. In this chaos, the winner strikes smarter and much faster. I must also say that these ships have their weaknesses. The hull is commercial, not armored like classic war vessels. If hit by heavy missiles, they are highly vulnerable targets. But the strategy depends on hit and run and high numbers. Actually, Iran is counting on the enemy not daring to attack, because attacking this ship means releasing hundreds of angry drones. This deterrence makes the US very cautious in its calculations. Fear of total war prevents a direct clash from happening. It's interesting to know Iran is not the only one. Turkey designed the Anadolu carrier for its Bayraktar drone series, but Iran's model, converting commercial ships, is much faster to build. This shows Iranian engineers know the shortcuts very well indeed. To sum it up, guys, the Gulf isn't that safe pool. At any moment, fire could erupt from a shipping container. The Shad Mahadavi and Shad 136 drones have upset the equations. The US must now watch these mysterious vessels very closely. In your opinion, who has the better chance in conflict? Will superior US tech win, or Iran's swarm tactics prevail? This question keeps many generals awake at night right now, because in real war, nothing goes according to paper plans. This development forces everyone to rethink their naval defense strategies. Small, cheap, and numerous threats are changing the game rules. No longer does size alone guarantee victory in modern waters. It's about who can adapt faster to new realities. We tried to present the facts clearly in this video. Iran's drone technology has reached a level the world respects. Combining these drones with ocean liners created a new power. A power saying, we have a voice in open seas. Thank you so much for staying with me until
Iran, you're going to be hit harder than you've ever been hit. It'll make what we did to your Iran nuclear look like peanuts. We have an armada. We have a massive fleet heading in that direction.
As we speak, U.S. is sending, in Donald Trump's words, a large armada toward Iran. Trump is also reportedly considering to impose a naval blockade on the country of Iran. Now, we already have the usual suspect on social media, such as X, posting jingoistic American military propaganda like this one.
I just got three things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your
Now, the question remains, how would the US military actually fare in a real combat scenario? I asked Google, this is what Google AI has to say. Based on 2025 and 2026 assessments, the United States military remains the world's most powerful, with a significant advantage in technology, training, and global reach. However, its performance in a real combat scenario, specifically a high-intensity peer-to-peer conflict, is projected to be a mix of overwhelming superiority in some areas and severe costly challenge in others. Number one, strength and dominance. Logistics and power projection. The US possess an unmatched ability to move forces globally and sustain them, with a budget roughly equal to the next 9 largest military combined. Now, we actually have a chart based on the 2022 data, actually shows the US military budget is larger than the next 10 countries combined. Now, keep in mind, this is 2022 data based on the official Pentagon budget. In reality, Pentagon budget is probably much, much higher because Pentagon has never passed the audit for the last decades. And now we're in 2026. The US military official budget is already around $1 trillion. And Trump has said he wants to increase it by further 50% to $1.5 trillion. Now, the question is, with all this money pouring in, does that equate more firepower? Well, Google AI has this to say about major challenges and risk faced by US military in a real combat scenario. Lagging in modern warfare, drones. There's evidence that US military has been slow to adapt to the drone proliferation, with bureaucratic resistance hindering the deployment of these systems to infantry units. Now we have a real 21st century conflict happening in the battlefield of Ukraine. We can see how these very expensive American military hardware fare against Russian and Iranian weapons. Take a look at this clip.
HIMARS could be game changers.
Say the delivery of HIMARS has been a game changer. These long-range rocket launchers that can fire up to 53 miles
provided multiple launch rocket systems, which have had a huge impact.
Now, HIMARS has been hyped as a super weapon that will tilt the balance of power on the battlefield of Ukraine. Each HIMARS launcher costs about $5 million. Yet it's been utterly destroyed by the Russian WW3 drones, which has a unit cost of somewhere between $30,000 to $50,000. Now, keep in mind, the WW3 drones was based on the Iranian Shahed drones technology. Of course, Russians have improved upon it and perfected. Now, Iran being the originator of this Shahed drone technology, which, by the way, has been adopted by the US military themselves more recently, Iran can produce tons of these Shahed drones. In the Herodotus account of the Greek-Persian War, the Persian envoy reportedly said to the Greeks that our arrows will block out the sun. To which the Greeks replied, then we will fight in the shade. We will see how the US Navy will fight in the shade when the Iranian drones have blocked out the sky.
Imagine a U.S. aircraft carrier group navigating through the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz. Suddenly, they face an unprecedented challenge. An enemy deploys 500 small drones in a massive airborne assault aimed at the carrier group. As these drones, resembling aerial scooters, take off, they head towards the carrier group at a speed of around 62 miles per hour, 100 kilometers per hour. Given the large number of slow-moving drones, the carrier group quickly detects the threat. The escorting destroyers and cruisers respond by launching Standard Missile Series air defense missiles. While one of these missiles is worth dozens of drones in terms of cost, not intercepting could lead to greater losses. Dozens of air defense missiles launch towards the incoming drones. With the drone's slow speed, the hit rate is over 90%. However, due to the sheer number of drones, intercepting them all quickly proves challenging. But as long as there are enough missiles, there's a chance to neutralize the threat entirely. In the midst of this intense interception, the carrier group also scrambles F-18 fighter jets to retaliate against the drone launch sites, preventing a second wave of drone attacks. But the enemy doesn't rely on a second wave of drones. Instead, they launch several supersonic anti-ship missiles from a different direction, exploiting the gap created by the ongoing drone interception. The carrier group, having almost exhausted its air defense missiles, faces these incoming missiles with only its short-range defense systems remaining. These faster anti-ship missiles prove difficult to intercept with just short-range missiles. In this scenario, the carrier group, after successfully intercepting all 500 drones, finds its air defense capabilities nearly depleted. As the last of their defense missiles are used up, the incoming supersonic anti-ship missiles close in on the carrier group. Despite their efforts, some missiles break through the defenses, striking the aircraft carrier. Under the relentless barrage of anti-ship missiles, the carrier suffers catastrophic damage and is destroyed. This scenario highlights a critical challenge in modern warfare: the need to prepare for tactics that use low-cost weapons and attrition strategies.
It generally eventually happens, and we have a lot of signs of this. First, we have U.S. intelligence telling Donald Trump that he should know that the Iranian regime, quote unquote, is the weakest it's been since 1979, essentially trying to push and goad Trump along into actually attacking Iran. Earlier, Donald Trump himself said that while Iran supposedly wants a deal, and Trump came up with this whole ultimatum, KJ, of everything we've heard, nuclear restrictions, missile restrictions, on and on and on. But this comes as a so-called armada is arriving off of the borders of Iran in the Arabian Sea, Persian Gulf, etc. This includes the USS Abraham Lincoln, the aircraft carrier, which is now in CENTCOM's area of operation. Now, Iran has not, KJ, minced their words as to what is going to happen should the attack occur. Here is Iran unveiling a mural in the central area of the capital. This mural shows, as you can see, aircraft carriers, fighter jets from the United States being blown up, representing the stars and stripes of the United States. And of course, Iran right now, KJ, is conducting pretty heavy surveillance with their drones of the Persian Gulf area and the Gulf of Oman, etc., where the U.S. is militarizing. So, KJ, what do you make of these developments? It seems as though while the United States is saying that Iran is weak, there has been a pretty defiant, if we want to call it, response from Iran itself. What are the implications of all of this? What's your assessment of it?
Well, I think it's very ominous. I mean, certainly we see all the signs. As you point out, there is certainly momentum for war, and it's preceded by the standard signals that we see: information war, a logistical staging, and of course, provocation. Here, the provocation was the demonstrations that they said would be a casus belli. So it's very, very ominous. But at the same time, I think there are some other mitigating factors. The first thing is that the US seems to have given itself some kind of an off-ramp, because it hasn't said that it's going to attack. It said that these are multi-day aerial drills. And so there's a way in which you could say, oh, we were just, sending a message. The other piece is, as you point out, despite saying that there's been a big armada and an influx, President Trump has also said Iran wants a deal. And whether they want a deal or not, from a pragmatic standpoint, I think, the Iranians would be very, very leery or wary about having a deal with President Trump. The US at this point is not agreement capable, but still President Trump could say, well, they wanted a deal, I'm going to give it some time, etc. And the third piece to remember is during the 12-day war, when the US did attack, it actually used subterfuge. It was a surprise attack. The US does not have the element of surprise anymore, and it certainly doesn't have justification anymore. And we can assume that Iran has done some not only preparation, but due diligence. It knows the profiles of the attack platforms. That's why the drones are scouring the air, even as US AWACS and US surveillance planes are in the region. And so this is not going to be a cakewalk. And I think Iran has significant capacity to strike back, certainly asymmetrically, certainly, with the Strait of Hormuz and with other allies and actors. So this is not going to be a cakewalk. It never will be. It never is. But I think that hopefully some of the cooler heads in the administration will prevail, and they will avail themselves of some of the off-ramps that they seem to have tentatively built for themselves.
Yeah, there were some unverified. That's why I'm not going to pull up any kind of data on this, but there were unverified reports that the Trump administration, through back channels, has been saying to Iran, please, if we hit you, do not respond harshly, almost trying to come up with some kind of arrangement that was made during that temporary ceasefire where you saw Iran hit Al Udeid base in Qatar in exchange for total ceasefire and the U.S. stopping support for Israeli strikes following the Trump administration's bombing of the nuclear sites in Iran. But it seems like this war, in many ways, KJ, is just one of many that are imploding. And I do want to pull up to back up what you just said. Not only are many experts on the Israeli side even saying that the United States may back out completely from a strike and go with a blockade. Indeed, Donald Trump has bragged about blockading Iran like he has Venezuela, or claims he has to Venezuela. But also Iran, at this point, not only are there no more protests, KJ, but Iran seems to be majorly preparing in a major way preparing for this attack, saying that there will be dire consequences, and reiterating this, and really talking about how many within Iran's parliament and their defense sector are all saying that they are prepared and they are ready to go to all-out war. You even had the foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, say that Iran will go to all-out war if they are attacked. So it feels like the mood is much different right now. What do you say?
I agree with you absolutely. The first thing that Trump's attacks have done is they've galvanized Iran, especially certainly the leadership, but also down to the grassroots. I believe that they are steeling themselves and preparing themselves for significant hardship, certainly the possibility of total war. Iran is not going to capitulate. It's not going to fragment. It is much, much more powerful than any other adversary the U.S. has encountered in West Asia or the Middle East. And also, the U.S. also doesn't have a clear field with which to play with. First, we know that Israel is extraordinarily vulnerable. It has no strategic depth. It was pummeled during the 12-day war. And also, the UAE, United Arab Emirates, is opposed to this war. They have said that they will not authorize the use of airspace, which is significant. That is a significant statement. And of course, Ansar Allah has said that, it will shut down the Bab el-Mandab again. And Qatar, the Qataris who are always trying to play both sides, are saying that they're trying to mediate. I don't know if it will be successful, but there is significant cost and risk involved in this adventure. And President Trump, for better or for worse, is somebody who does not like to lose, and he does not like to give the impression of having lost something. He wants a quick and easy and mediagenic victory. If he doesn't get that, he may think of other methods of declaring a victory and then doing something else. So we'll have to see. It's hard to say. On the one hand, there's tremendous momentum towards war. These are the classical signals of imminent war. And on the other hand, you do see that there have been some bridges that seem to be built, some off-ramps that seem to be tentatively constructed, and there are significant higher obstacles than the U.S. or President Trump would like.
Yeah, great points, KJ. And throughout this period of war escalations, as they continue to ramp up, we've seen the Western mainstream media, we've seen regional players, we've seen Israel even, all come out with warnings. I want to show you one that the Telegraph never really, when it comes to U.S. wars, it generally goes 150% in support of them as the good vassal that the UK is. But here even, there's a whole analysis of Trump's armada facing Iran's new, they say, China-fueled missiles. Since last year's Israel-Iran war, Iran has prioritized rebuilding its missile program, and any U.S. attack would be fraught with risk. And I just want to show you this map, KJ, which I think is very interesting. Just Iran's short-range missile capabilities essentially covers the entire region. So ostensibly, Iran has many of these, if not thousands of these short-range missiles, let alone the hypersonic missiles that can go much farther than even this at incredible speeds. So even the Western mainstream media has been resounding the alarm about the consequences. What do you make of this? Because the Trump administration, the United States political class, have been trying to downplay what the consequences of this might be.
Well, of course, the political class wants to downplay it. They want to win the propaganda war because they feel like if they can assert, dominance over the narrative, then that's, half of the story. That's half of the war already won. But I think the Telegraph, for once, broken clock can be correct at least twice a day. May be right here. Certainly, we know that Iran has prepared. As I said before, the first strike was a surprise attack done under perfidy, under the pretext of negotiating. But this time, they're not going to get off a clear sucker punch. It's not going to happen. Iran has been preparing. They have significant missile capacity that they did not exercise, that they kept in reserve. On the other hand, we know that the U.S. probably used up just about everything it had in the first 12-day war and in the Midnight Hammer strike. And so I think that the Telegraph may be right. I think it is very, very foolish for the West and the United States to underestimate Iran. Iran's science and technology is nothing to belittle. And, Iran is the country that invented modern science as we know it. People think that it was Francis Bacon. No, it was the Iranians themselves who invented the concept of modern science and essentially modern mathematics, the algorithm is an Iranian invention. So all of these things speak to a deep, profound cultural capacity that translates into technological capacity that I think the West would be would be wise for the West not to underestimate.
You know, KJ, my audience asks me this all the time, and I'm curious on your response to it. And I want to throw in my question in combination because I think they go together. So the question my audience often asks is, should Iran attack first, given what you just said, that they do have a paucity of missile capabilities and potentially an offensive posture if they make the decision to do so? And my second question is, what does it mean for the larger resistance? A lot of people call the axis of resistance in the region, but let's just call the resistance in general to U.S. empire and U.S. hegemony. What does it mean for a country like Iran, who has been so isolated or attempted to be isolated, sanctions, war threats, wars going all around, surrounded by war in many ways for many decades? What does it mean for Iran to be able to make the U.S. empire think twice, make Israel think twice, make those who seek their destruction and the destruction of the multipolar world? What does it mean for this overall resistance? Maybe you can answer those two questions separately.
Yes. Well, the first question is, should Iran attack first? This is my personal opinion. I am a pacifist. I don't believe that countries should initiate war. And I like what Iran is doing, which is they're, creating an impressive mural. I mean, if we could only, resolve wars through who is the better muralist, I think Iran would win hands down. I like the mural art of, the art of muraling to resolve wars, or to at least, signal in wars. But, I think it's a legitimate question. And I think it deserves some consideration. And I think that there could be planners who think that tactically, surgically, it might make sense to do some kind of precision attack just to show that we are not to be trifled with, something involving, damage to strategic assets. I mean, that could send a major message. The bully gets their nose bloodied, and all of a sudden they don't feel so ebullient anymore. But on the other hand, if Iran were to be successful, and successful in a major engagement, I don't think the US or Israel would back down. I think they would go up the ladder. And we know what's waiting just on the next rung of the escalation ladder is nuclear, nuclear attacks.
Right. Yeah, I think that cannot be understated, KJ. There is a nuclear question here, and there is only one side that has historically used these kind of weapons, and that is the U.S. side. So that has to be considered, not least because no matter how you slice it, attacking first is going to lead to what Iran already says is going to happen. If there's a strike, it's going to be all-out war. But that brings all-out war to you, and so it's all about, do you have the capacity to prepare for that, and then are you willing to make the plunge, the risk of a nuclear proliferation in that way. So KJ, then what does it mean for Iran though to be able to at this point successfully deter a strike, but also even if they don't deter a strike, because you can't really deter the empire from attacking. We've been asleep for the last century plus, 2 centuries, many centuries plus of Western so-called civilization, quote unquote, to believe that you can arrest or deter war, but to be able to defend oneself successfully and maintain sovereignty. What does this mean for the rest of the resistance?
Well, I think it would be a very, very strong message of encouragement. I mean, the first thing we have to understand is that the U.S. believes that it has escalation dominance in every domain of war, in every domain of conflict. and it sees itself as being able to have its way all around the world. If Iran is able to deter the US from attacking or at least blunt its attack, I mean, this is what we would refer to classically as a kind of denial defense or a denial deterrence, because the costs for the US are too high, and that seems to be the signaling that's going out there. If that goes out, and we also see this in conjunction with the NATO-US loss through its proxy war in Ukraine, which is, all but lost, then what we see is that US military doctrine, that is to say, air-land battle and air-sea battle, which colloquially is known as shock and awe, and US military technology and US strategy is no longer effective. In other words, the US military is not what it used to be. It is essentially losing its teeth. The tiger has lost its teeth. And if that's the case, then I think it sends a message to the rest of the world that the US doesn't have the coercive power that it claims to have. I think the US is aware of that. And I think that it doesn't want to go down that route, which is why it would prefer to threaten, have the other side give the US some kind of face-saving exit, and then continue to maintain this mythology. As we know, the mythology, the doctrine has been severely tested against Russian operational art in the Ukraine. It has shown to be wanting. And certainly we have seen that the capacity in the domains that the US traditionally has overmatch and dominance, that is, say, electronic warfare, has been, if not nullified, significantly undermined. And I think that is a consideration the military planners are considering at this point. If they fly in, a B-1 or B-2, and that is jammed or shot down, that will not look good. If there is an aircraft carrier that is damaged or attacked, that will not look good. So I think there are certain risks that the US does not want to take. Iran is not Venezuela. It is certainly capable of doing much, much more damage than the US public is led to believe.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you might remember, KJ, March of 2025, when the United States went deep into airstrikes on Yemen in an attempt to erase Ansarallah. Ansarallah's response to that was so harsh for this so-called armada that is being built up now around Iran, that there were incidents, a few, I think, of U.S. fighter jets rolling off the runway, supposedly, because I believe, I don't know if it was a USS Gerald Ford or one of these, or Ronald Reagan, one of them had to steer so far to the right or the left or wherever they were going to avoid a missile, which might be absolutely just BS, and they might have actually gotten hit, or there might have been impact in and around the aircraft carrier. But nonetheless, we've already seen with the force Ansarallah, very brave and a huge part of the resistance, but Iran has technical capabilities that are way more massive than Ansarallah. Your thoughts?
Absolutely, yes. I mean, we don't know exactly what happened, but we do know that essentially, if we see this as a game of chicken, one side had to move rapidly. One side had to get out of the way. That was the United States. Whether that directly resulted in the loss of the planes or not, we don't know. We know that there were losses. We know that the US struck a deal. We know that the US backpedaled out of there. So I think certainly if the Houthis, Ansar Allah, can make the United States back down or seek some kind of accommodation, I would be remiss in thinking that, Iran could not do much, much more.
Yeah. Yeah. And, even though I believe this war is definitely imploding on Donald Trump, or Donald Trump is imploding when it comes to this, it doesn't mean that there won't be any attack or there won't be any war in the future. I mean, I'm looking at how there's a desperate attempt, it seems, to keep the propaganda war going. I don't know if you saw this from Ted Cruz, but he seems to be very late to what's going on inside of Iran. with the Mossad U.S.-backed rioters. He published, we should be arming the protests in Iran now for the Iranian people to overthrow the Ayatollah, a tyrant who routinely chants death to America. That would make America much, much safer. And of course, we've seen, KJ, and I'll pull it up in a bit when you're talking, the continuation of this narrative that 30,000 people in Iran were killed. And we've almost had daily still reports of protests, even though there have been credible sources, even mainstream, the New York Times, saying that's not even happening anymore. It doesn't even matter what angle you're at. The Iranian media, of course, will say, no, there's no more protests, there's no more riots. Or the New York Times will say, everyone was repressed and now there's no more riots. But nonetheless, no more riots. So what do you make of this attempt to keep going with the propaganda part of this, despite the fact that it seems like reality is turning on its head a bit?
Well, I think it's a desperate attempt to control the narrative because they can no longer control the reality. It's that, Karl Rove thing. We create our own reality. The rest of you have to study it. But unfortunately, those days are long gone, and they never were true anyway. So, whoever that was.
Ted Cruz.
Ted Cruz. I get them confused. But if Ted Cruz says that we should be arming the protesters in Iran, he's a little bit behind the times. It's pretty clear that the protesters were armed. They were attacking, with weapons. And it also seems to be the case that the protests have been, or the riots really have been neutralized, in particular with the neutralization of Starlink, which taps back into our discussion of the electronic warfare and the jamming that Iran has shown itself capable. But as for the estimates, these come out of nowhere, or they come out of reliably bad sources that we know are fabricating canards for the propaganda effect. It's like, the genocide in Xinjiang, millions dead, but nobody can find a single body. Or for that matter, the tens of thousands killed at Tiananmen, which we know nobody was killed in Tiananmen Square. They all exited safely. So this is all part of the propaganda ruse. But, I've seen, if we were to exercise the same standard, I've seen reports saying that 100,000 people were killed in Minnesota, the other day, and I think they have about the same level of credibility.
Yeah. The Trump administration certainly has an unraveling situation in the U.S. It has to deal with, and even to the point where, despite all that's been happening in Minnesota, KJ, you have the Trump administration promising to bring ICE as part of their security detail to the Winter Olympics in Italy. And this is, of course, causing international stir and also stir inside of Italy, the Italian government, because essentially the message is we are bringing immigration enforcement to a diplomatic delegation, a totally unprecedented and just absolutely ridiculous move that many would say, as supporters of Trump would say, this is a show of strength. Everyone else outside of that, with the blinders off and not just drooling at the feet of Donald Trump, can see that this is not powerful. A lot of these moves actually just make the United States look like what it is, which is a kind of declining, desperate empire trying to maintain more of an image than anything else. At least that's what it feels like, even if doing so causes a lot of damage, which it does. There are consequences to this.
Absolutely, yes. I think it's ludicrous, and I can only imagine the response of the Italians, in the moment. I think this is not worth it. Whatever image you might want to project will be immediately undercut by the protests and the satire that will be generated from this. Regarding sports, I think another interesting development is, I think the former World Cup chief, he said that people should not go to the United States for the World Cup because it's too dangerous. And so this is not simply a domestic issue. but it's also a global issue. People are seeing that this immigration enforcement and the draconian CBP activities are frightening and also disturbing people all around the world.
Yeah. I mean, it's just another example of the United States empire. It's not simply an empire abroad. It is a repressive mechanism for everybody who wants a better world or wants to see a better world or simply wants to live a life worth living. Those oligarchs, those in the ruling elite, they don't want to see that because that means they're not going to make their endless profits. They're not going to get rich. So and Trump really is just, in my opinion, it's just the mask off. He's just doing what the U.S. empire has always done and accelerating the process of decline that's been going on for many, many decades. But KJ, I wanted to now get to a bit. We've touched on it a bit, but the regional implications of what's happening in and around Iran and the global implications, because we have on this show talked about Starlink and what Iran was able to do with Starlink. There's been much speculation about how Russian support, even Chinese support, helped Iran with the technological capabilities to be able to jam Starlink, find those who were using it, and of course, really in rapid fashion, dismantle these riots. Now, Russia and China are paying attention to what's happening in Iran, KJ, and what's happening to Iran. Russian Defense Minister Andrei Bolosov spoke with his Chinese counterpart Dong Jun amid tensions around Iran and also Venezuela, and made a statement saying that this requires corresponding actions. Now, KJ, what would you say? How would you evaluate Russia and China's response to all of this so far, the extent of their support for Iran, and how leaders like Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping navigate this? Because it is, I think, more complex than what meets the eye.
Yeah, I think it's much more complex than meets the eye, and I certainly don't have, access to the inner sanctum of, what's being discussed or prepared. But I think we can make some reasonable assumptions. One is that there will be significant political support. I think there's probably ongoing significant military logistical support already happening. I think that anytime the US goes to war, especially what looks to be, again, a major air-sea battle engagement, I'm quite sure that the Chinese and the Russians are all over it, ready to gather data and to strategize and to learn from it, because they know that this is what's being planned for China, certainly. So I think that, once again, the US has to be aware that any time it goes towards kinetic engagement, it is showing its hand. And each time it does that, it is weakening itself for the ultimate battle that it is preparing for China. We know that the United States is heading towards war with China, but it also needs to keep some cards close to its chest. If it goes out in all-out war, then it is that much more first weakened, but also that much more diminished. We also have to remember that U.S. military-industrial capacity is not what it wants to be. Certainly, it does not have the capacity to field the level of missiles, both defensive missiles and offensive missiles, that it would actually need in order to dominate a large country like Iran, which is well defended, well dispersed, and significantly reinforced against US attacks. And certainly it would be unthinkable for China. So I think that we have to understand that the US should be hopefully aware of these things. But again, that remains to be seen. If you look at the National Defense Strategy, which is the follow-up document to the National Security Strategy, the general gist of the of the strategy is essentially we have to dominate or be dominated. It still sees the world in this kind of zero-sum worldview that they have to dominate the crucial regions. If they didn't have that, that would have enduring implications for the US's economic prospects, etc. And that they have to ensure that no country, neither China nor anyone else, can dominate the US. So this language of dominance, this language of threat inflation, this language of securitized paranoia is still very, very much foremost in the US strategic thinking.
Yeah, and recently, KJ, Russia's deputy foreign minister Sergei Ryabkov, he was asked about whether Russia knows about the secret weapons that Trump mentioned after their attack on Venezuela. And it appears, as we have been talking about, that the plan for Iran really is for there to be some kind of this is what Trump wants, at least. He wants a very quick strike that lasts at most days, maybe a week, or certainly preferred is less. And Trump has been bragging about to the mainstream media, to the press, his administration's use of like this discombobulator inside of Venezuela to basically make all the Russian, you heard Vance and Pete Hegseth say, all the Russian and Chinese weapons, all these weapons that Venezuela had, completely rendered useless because of this. Now, I'm curious on what your thoughts are about that in the context of what many experts have already said are a major problem for the United States in the defense industry, as you mentioned, where the United States doesn't even have a hypersonic missile. This is from the National Security Journal, talking about this, summing up their problem in 4 words, which is the U.S. is far behind. And also, there have been new weapons that Russia has come out with, which have essentially made the Carnegie Institute and all these think tanks very worried about whether the U.S. is actually going to be forced into concessions by countries like Russia, like China, who already have weapons that can match, if not overpower, kinetically the United States. I know we have, like, friend of the show, Brian Berletti, he talks about how kinetic warfare might not be the primary thing, but it seems like the United States is very much committed to getting to a kinetic point with Russia and China, and Iran is a very big part of this. So what do you make of these developments? How do they all come together?
Well, I think the key thing to understand is the quick strike. I think the US wants a quick strike. It wants a quick, easy victory. It has no appetite for long attritional warfare. Despite some language around that, I really don't think that it has that appetite or capacity. I could be wrong, but we've seen, reports from inside, the heart of the deep state, where they imagine that a peer war with China could result in, 20,000 casualties a week, 3,000 casualties a day. I don't know that they have appetite or capacity for that. Although, once again, if you look at some of the military appropriations, they look like they're preparing for massive bloodshed. For example, a recent DARPA procurement was for automated AI-enabled ways of dealing with a massive hemorrhage. They can no longer do the kind of boutique medical care that they're used to doing, that they're going to be large battlefields that have no access to medevac, and therefore they want to find new ways of staunching, life-threatening hemorrhage on an industrial scale. So I think there's some of that is being prepared, but I think generally the US, or certainly President Trump, would like a quick strike and a quick success that he can play up in the media, rather than something which is, a ground game and a slugfest. That I don't think there is real appetite for this. That is my hope and thought. But regarding new weapons and Wunderwaffe, I would always be a little bit careful about that. I mean, there've been allegations that sonic weapons were deployed, that people were paralyzed and incapacitated, therefore incapable of responding, and therefore all the king's horses and men were unable to impede the U.S. Military might. I am skeptical about that, and I'll change my mind if I see proof otherwise. Very often what happens is when you see something like this, which is so dramatic, it's so dramatic it looks like a magic trick. Usually there is a confederate that is working with the magician to make the magic trick work. For example, during the first Gulf War, this was our first taste of shock and awe. It looked like, precision strikes were happening, and all of a sudden, the city Baghdad was overwhelmed. But actually, we know that it had actually been previously penetrated, and those precision strikes were actually guided on the ground with homing mechanisms that had been pre-planted. So it wasn't all that impressive. And the same thing with the attack on Venezuela. I think the jury's out, but I think we still have to seriously ask the question whether there was some kind of betrayal, subterfuge, arrangement, etc. We don't know for sure, but I think the Wunderwaffe, the magical weaponry thing is that's more of a kind of a psyop than anything else than I can think of. And then the last thing you mentioned regarding, weaponry on the side of the Russians. I mean, it's obvious that the Russians do have significant and very, very impressive military capacities, primarily related to its military technical research, but also its industrial capacity, which both Russia and China have in spades. And on the other hand, we know that the U.S. Military procurement and production really has been riddled with corruption and inefficiencies. I mean, Trump just recently threatened to cut Raytheon's government contract because he considered them to be, essentially a corrupt organization, not pulling their weight. And again, we know the dime bag of bushings that cost $100,000. I mean, there's no way you can sustain a meaningful military with that level of corruption. Let's remember that the Pentagon has been audited again, and it failed the audit. It has never passed an audit, and the GAO has said the Pentagon budget, $1 trillion Pentagon budget, is unauditable. That is a cesspit of corruption, and that signifies that there's certain things that are fundamentally awry. The other piece, we've mentioned this before, is the limitations on rare earth elements. Everything military, everything high-tech involves rare earth elements, in particular the magnets that determine the navigation systems that require rare earth elements, the radar systems, the electronic systems, they all require rare earth elements. And China has that 90% bottleneck on rare earth elements, which it is choking. It's applied a tourniquet to US military production. So there is a real bottleneck, a real constraint as far as US military industrial capacity is concerned. That's another reason why it needs a quick, short, sharp success.
Yeah, and it seems like there's a wall here. The chances for success in Iran with a quick, short, successful strike has already been kind of proven that this is very far-fetched. It's likely not going to happen because they had to pull back. And indeed, Israel, the regional players, Saudi, UAE, they were all telling Trump, no, you're not going to get the quick strike. So that's why we can't support it right now. Then they weren't saying they were never going to support it, although we see the UAE and Saudi Arabia getting a little more rhetorically defiant of the U.S. on this point lately. But at that moment, when the strike was about to happen, the planes were in the air, the reconnaissance was happening out of Iraq and various areas. The word was, you do this, even if you are successful, it's not going to have the effect that you want it to have. Actually, it could blow back in major ways. And that brings me to the question, KJ, then what the hell does the United States do with, these are defensive militaries like Russia's and China's, right? But they are technologically superior to the U.S. at this point. The audits, all of this, show that the U.S.'s capacity to do something like match the Oreshnik or match China's naval capacities and missile capabilities and all of this are diminishing, if not completely and utterly, not just behind, but never going to catch up. So how does this, where does this lead to then? Because it doesn't lead to anywhere good if the U.S.'s ultimate hope is to weaken anybody and everyone who is trying to build an independent path away from the U.S. empire.
Yeah, I mean, that's the, $64,000 question that nobody has a good answer to. I certainly don't have a good answer. Where does it all lead to? I mean, in the best of all worlds, the US would realize that its goal of unipolar global hegemony is utterly and completely misguided, and it would give up on it. But once again, as I said, both in the national security strategy and the national defense strategy, it seems that that lesson has not come to the fore. The national defense strategy just recently released says they want to make sure that nobody can dominate us, and they want to be able to dominate the world, essentially. And then they also make sure to throw in a lot of threats. They say, if our gracious offers are spurned, we will be ready to fight, and we will essentially discipline the world. So there is considerable ideological investment in this notion of U.S. dominance, U.S. control, U.S. hegemony. That certainly, that language, that ideology does not seem to have changed. And so then, if that is the case, the U.S. is not willing to inhabit a world of multilateral equals with, mutual security and win-win cooperation. And it can only envisage the world in terms of domination with itself as the apex predator. But it can no longer exercise that capacity because it is a waning empire, industrially, economically, even militarily. Then the question becomes, what does it think it can fall back on? And I always hate to come back to this, but the United States does have a preemptive nuclear doctrine. It believes, A, that nuclear warfare is something that it has the right to wage. It believes in preemptive nuclear strikes. It seems to be arguing very strongly that tactical nukes will be part of the kinetic package. In fact, if you look at, for example, a recent article in Foreign Affairs, they said, well, we need to have a plan to fight China. Well, the U.S. has had a plan since 2009, which it has revised 9 times. That's essentially air-sea battle, which is the adaptation of air-land battle, the doctrine of war against the Soviet Union. And we know it as shock and awe, but they've had a shock and awe doctrine of war against China since 2009 that they've, revised 9 times. But this guy throws out this statement, and this is in Foreign Affairs. This is where the ruling elite talk to each other. He says, "Oh, and we should prepare tactical nuclear strikes to thin out Chinese forces." It's just a throwaway line. No justification, no argument, no debate. He just throws it out. It's a throwaway line because we all know that this is what we're going to do. We should use tactical nukes to thin out Chinese forces, Chinese troops. So this is the way they're thinking. Go to the RAND website. They're recruiting interns to work on nuclear wargaming. This is it's not even high level discussion anymore. It's it's child's play. It's what they're having their interns play with.
Yeah, great points, KJ. And now, my final question before moving on is this: what have you made of Russia and especially China's diplomacy? This part of the equation, because especially when it comes to the Iran situation, we talked about how Saudi Arabia is, and this is from Israeli media, Saudi Arabia is saying that they will not accept an attack against Iran. And it wasn't too long ago that Saudi Arabia and Iran did not have normal ties. And you can talk about how that occurred. And we know that, even the UAE has made a similar comment, reaffirming their commitment not to allow its airspace or waters be used in any military actions against Iran. Russia has also been very active on the front of diplomacy. There has been talks about Russia mediating between Israel and Iran to try to de-escalate tensions. Where does this come in? Because I think this is a demonstration of power just as much as military hardware. Sure, China and Russia are moving far ahead technologically in these areas, militarily, but also countries and even the Zionist entity are looking toward Russia and in turn China as well for intervention into these escalatory possible forever wars. But what do you make of this? Why is this significant?
Well, I think it's giving us a vision of a different world where countries actually do dialogue and resolve their differences through negotiation and diplomacy. I think it's important that Russia is offering its good offices to help de-escalate and mediate the tensions. At the end of the day, war and conflict anywhere, but certainly in Iran or among allies, does not serve anybody in the world. It certainly doesn't serve the global economic situation. The moment war breaks out, there's a very strong likelihood that the Strait of Hormuz will be closed down, which means that 20% of global oil flow will be shut off. And so I think this is very important. I think it signals both Russian confidence, Russian skill, because they are, I believe, very, very skilled in the art of diplomacy. And it also shows that, this is where the US is weak. It really doesn't have a diplomatic core. It has a diplomatic core that's used to shouting and having monologues. It doesn't really understand the concept of a dialogue. And I think this is, something that belatedly, hopefully they should learn. What we don't want is war. And, I think, it's the worst of all options, but it also signifies the lack of capacity to have reasonable engagement and dialogue. I think somebody said about Norman Mailer when he started to punch Gore Vidal was that, his words had failed him. And I think, it shows that there's a real weakness, a real lack of capacity when you resort to that kind of out and out violence.
What do you make of those who say, KJ, in rebuttal to this, that Russia and China are just not doing enough when it comes to Iran and other arenas of U.S. imperial madness, destruction, expansionism, because that has been a raging debate, especially in the Iran, when it comes to the Iran context, is Iran getting enough help from China, from Russia? There's another question of, is Iran even wanting help in a way, or seeking that, or demanding it, or asking for it in certain areas? I'm curious on what your what your position on this is, given that it is something that gets asked quite a lot, and there is some anger that is felt among those who watch this program about maybe a lack of strategic military coordination to shore up those countries that are beleaguered by U.S. empire?
Well, the first thing is, I think that China wants to envisage a different world where we are not constantly at war. If China were to challenge the United States on every war that it was waging, it would be constantly at war. I mean, the US does military actions in 170 countries every year. Never mind all the bases that it has. It does some kind of kinetic action or some kind of kinetic presence in 170 countries. If it were to try and match the United States, of course it can, but if it were, it would end up with a completely different system, and we would end up with a completely different global situation. Eventually, we would be at constant and consistent world war. I think the other thing to remember is that as you point out, Iran has not asked for help. And so who are we, armchair warriors, Sunday quarterbacks, to tell China what to do in order to determine what Iran should or shouldn't do, should or shouldn't want, etc. I think if we're not doing enough, if China is not doing enough, we should really turn that question back on ourselves. Are we doing enough to prevent the empire in its final death rattle from lashing out and creating irreparable damage to the planet? I think all of us have to turn the question back on ourselves and perhaps ask ourselves, how can we do more in the global north, in the belly of the beast? How can we actually prevent, the damage? I think that is something that we should ask ourselves.
Yeah, no, I think so. As well, KJ. And there's also this element too of what is the most effective means of defeating empire, and has it ever been going with the strategy of what's going on in the mind of Donald Trump's head, which is quick, precise strikes that will end it all, right? I don't think that is, not only is that effective, maybe it's not even possible in many ways. Surely, if we're talking hypothetically, China or Russia in their regional, I don't even want to say sphere of influence because I really don't like that term, but in where they are located, they surely could do damage. I mean, look at what Russia's doing in Ukraine. It is doing massive damage to the U.S. and NATO's ability to assert their dominance. And China could very well do the same thing. I mean, look at all of the military installations surrounding China. China's the ability to hit these things, and you ask, why not? And my estimation is that's not effective because it does draw you in to long-term conflict. It does cost massive amounts of resources, and it will cause a situation where you now need to decide upon what is the priority. Is it a very costly, long-term, kinetic war with the United States, where you have the United States with rulers who don't care about their people? They don't care at all. They will gladly impoverish and make life even more miserable for their population to wage these kind of wars, to hell, to maybe even drop a nuclear bomb. But China, Russia, these countries, they can't think like this, because if they do, they will maybe sow the seeds for what the U.S. actually wants, which is they want that victory that's easy. And, they want the internal situation of these countries to unravel. And Russia and China, they're not going to fall into that kind of trap. That's my assessment of it. What do you think of this?
I think you're right. Danny, there's a headline from The Onion, if I'm not mistaken, and it says CIA discovers devious Chinese plan to sit back and watch the US destroy itself. I think that is part of it. China is not going to engage the United States in war on the conditions that the United States wants. It is constantly provoking. We saw that it was provoking with regime change operations, with terror operations, with kinetic provocations, most notably in the Taiwan Straits. But I don't think that China is going to engage, and certainly it's not going to engage in the way that the United States wants it to. If you look back to Chinese strategy, going all the way back to the foundings of the PRC, the People's Liberation Army, really the Fourth Route and the Eighth Route Army, their strategy was not to confront directly. They believed in surrounding the cities from the countryside. And they believed that what they were going to do was they were going to create an environment of trust and solidarity among all the people. And in so doing, they actually conducted what is a 2.5 decade long referendum in which people voted first with their feet and then with their bodies, but then they were able to defeat the KMT, the fascists. I think Chairman Mao said that the KMT, they have tanks and airplanes, and we have millet and guns. But we believe that we are more powerful because we have the support of the people. And I think that you can see this happening slowly, and it's a slow process. I mean, I think people want this kind of rapid blitzkrieg because understandably people are tired of the empire and its violence. But we have to understand that, the struggle against empire is a long and protracted battle. The Chinese are waging a protracted battle. They're surrounding the cities from the countryside. They're waging a war of, as they called it, a war of peace, as opposed to a war of aggression. And I think ultimately over the long term, without, sounding, corny, I believe that will prevail. But certainly, if there is engagement, it will be done on their terms and not because the United States has provoked it. Because the US wants a war and they want it rapidly. And they also know that time is not on their side. Whereas the Chinese, I think, are thinking much, much more long-term. Just one more example. I don't know if you recall the Paris peace talks with Avril Harriman and the Vietnamese delegation. Avril Harriman, he took his negotiating team to Paris and they rented out a large set of hotel suites in the center of Paris. The Vietnamese delegation, obviously the NVA and the political leadership, they were on a much, much smaller budget. And so they went and rented out a small cottage in the suburbs, I think Clamart, one of those suburbs. But the difference is that the U.S. The U.S. reserved their rooms at the hotel for 1 week, and the Vietnamese took out a 3-year lease because they knew that this was going to take a long time. And ultimately, who won the negotiations? Who won the war? It's the country which had the long-term vision and the long-term stamina.
Yeah, all very good points. KJ, now I want to shift a bit now to China, but I think it's very much related because when we talk about U.S. warfare and the Trump administration's form of war, a lot of people think it's about Trump looking the strongest, but we've seen already with what happened in Venezuela, for example, that kidnapping operation. That is the kind of thing that the Trump administration really wants to focus on, which is asserting U.S. hegemony with as little cost as possible. I mean, we're talking about minimizing and mitigating the cost to the United States to such a degree where, of course, the people in the United States are okay with it. But China has recently gone through something, KJ, I wanted to ask you about in the context of this larger geopolitical situation. We have reports of a major so-called purge inside of China's military. You had one of their top generals accused, and this was in the Wall Street Journal, Zhang Youxia, was accused of leaking nuclear weapons secrets to the United States, a very serious charge. The New York Times, on the other hand, though, when they talked about this purge, they just simply talked about it as a purge, ousting the second in command only to Xi Jinping in the military hierarchy, marking a total annihilation of the high command. But they didn't mention at all anything about nuclear secrets. That is something that the Wall Street Journal claims is their own kind of exclusive reporting. But nonetheless, China, KJ, is looking at this a lot differently. They're looking at this as a victory of anti-corruption inside of the military. And of course, they are touting the larger anti-corruption campaign, where they're talking about the relentless crackdown becoming the norm. People understanding that leadership's pledge that anti-corruption is ongoing endeavor without end is not mere rhetoric, but a steadfast commitment. And the numbers are actually quite staggering, where you have hundreds of thousands of officials being disciplined. And that does not discriminate by rank, as we see here. So, KJ, what do you make of this development, how the U.S. has been spinning it, but really where does it fit in this larger context of how the Trump administration wants to, and the United States empire as a whole, wants to assert their hegemony and its dominance over these countries like China?
Well, I think we have to be very mindful that there's a large dimension of information warfare and psyops going on regarding this incident, certainly in the Western press, certainly in the Wall Street Journal. The Wall Street Journal is simply not reliable, especially that journalist is known. She's well known for fabricating stories. I mean, this is the Judith Miller of the Wall Street Journal. So I would disregard that absolutely and completely, especially regarding the quote unquote nuclear secrets. I mean, there's been an unending stream of lies around Chinese nuclear capacity. If I recall, a while back, there was this claim that, the Chinese had filled their nuclear missiles with water instead of fuel, and therefore they were all corroding. Well, that's absolute nonsense, because solid fuel rockets are pre-fueled, but liquid fuel rockets, you do not fuel them until you are actually going to use them, because it is highly corrosive, and you fuel it about 30 minutes before they're about to be launched. So essentially what I think this was, it may have been the Wall Street Journal, but anyway, if you make an assertion like that, you're essentially saying, without realizing, that China is ready to launch nuclear missiles, and that certainly wasn't the case. So that's nonsense, and that the very notion that they would fill nuclear weapons missiles with water rather than fuel is absurd on its face. So anyway, there are all kinds of canards that make the rounds regarding China and its weapons capacity and its military. So take all of it with not just a large grain of salt, but an entire salt lake. We have to start with a kind of a basic skepticism, if you will. But the thing that I notice first is the language of purge. I mean, when somebody is under investigation for wrongdoing, in the Western media, it's immediately a purge, which is to say that it's some kind of political action, that it's all about, corruption, corrupt politics, really. But I think John Pang made a very good point. He said that the Western press calls all Chinese leaders corrupt until they're actually charged with corruption. And then all of a sudden, they're paragons of virtue who are being purged for political reasons. I think we need to think about that. Why do they suddenly become paragons of virtue when prior to that they were all considered corrupt? So anyway, the other thing is, it's hard, I think, in the Western press and Western media, Western public, to understand that corruption is and was a problem, and that China is taking very, very serious measures to prevent it. I mean, for example, if you are a government official, you do not get to work in the city that you grew up in or the city that you went to college in, because they assume that you need to have a distance from the people you would have made connections with. It's a little bit like, in some trials, in some jury trials, they, move the jury to another another region because they feel that it will be more objective. Well, this concept that government officials should be objective and impartial and fair, and the slightest favoritism is something to be immediately stamped out, is, I think, hard for the West to understand, because corruption is so normalized in the West that it's hard to understand when you see a country where corruption is actually seriously dealt with. I mean, I just think of, for example, Nancy Pelosi. I mean, there's no way that Nancy Pelosi would survive in the Chinese system. She would be, pardon my, description, she would have been executed, multiple times for what is clearly insider trading and corruption, just atrocious actions that would not be tolerated. But in the Bay Area, she's still, the grande dame of, political wisdom and sagacity. I mean, it's absurd. So anyway, I think that's the first thing to understand, is that China takes its anti-corruption seriously. And if they say they're inspecting somebody or investigating somebody for corruption, I think that we should take things at their word until we learn otherwise, because Chinese do take corruption seriously. They don't tolerate it at the lowest levels or at the highest levels. And just one more example, the federation, the chief of the Chinese Soccer Federation was recently disciplined and arrested for corruption. And then not long after, a few months later, Chinese soccer team came in second place in the Asian Cup. So, sometimes there's a reason for these things. So.
Yeah. Hey, no, that's definitely important, KJ. And I want to, pull up just a few things regarding this. When you talked about, a lot of people in China have told me, KJ, that Donald Trump would never be able to be, people like Donald Trump, Nancy Pelosi, they would not be able to even be a low-level local official in the smallest of Chinese villages. Just would not be allowed because of their corruption, their graft. But here, when you look at how China reacts so differently to corruption than the United States, I mean, you have literally the insider trading of Pelosi, Donald Trump making massive profits as president of the United States from just being a politician, being the leader of the hegemon, and making mass billions of dollars from it. Here, you have a senior banker for the one of the major state banks in China, essentially executed for taking $156 million in bribes. So that's how China deals with this, as you said, KJ. They take it very, very seriously. And I wanted to show this as well, because I think there is a part of this war on China and the multipolar world that isn't talked about enough. And that is how, when it comes to talking about purges and the internal dynamics of China, a lot of this feels like projection of what the United States hopes will happen to China if they can penetrate China. And here we have the CIA. They've been working ever since the Biden administration on trying to get the CIA's bearings back when it comes to surveillance of China and infiltrating China. They released this video. I'm not going to play it because it's a little too long. and not really worth watching. But they did release a Mandarin language video aimed at people in mainland China, saying, "We want to know the truth about China and are seeking insiders willing to share information," which, KJ, makes me wonder. It makes me believe that the CIA doesn't really have a presence in China, and the anti-corruption campaign might play a big role in stifling any kind of major penetration into China. So, what's your thoughts about these developments?
Yes, I think that again, these are things that are, very privileged. So I don't have any insider knowledge of it, but to the best of my understanding is that the U.S. does not have a significant human intelligence presence inside China, which is why they are resorting to these advertisements, which themselves are a form of psychological operation, I believe. They're a way of, creating an ambient atmosphere of, we're fishing for something, and perhaps that will, send messages to China and make them react in a way that is, overreactive or disproportionate. I don't rule any of that out. But we do know that at one point, the CIA agents in China were all eliminated. We also know that at one point, MI6 had penetrated very, very high up the Chinese leadership. You have to understand that they're always looking for, a Gorbachev type character. They still haven't let go of this idea that they're going to dismember and dismantle China as they did the USSR. And they're looking for somebody to sell the country out, as, Gorbachev did, and as Yeltsin facilitated. And that person, for example, in Chongqing, there was the party leader, Bo Xilai, who is now currently in prison, but apparently if I'm not mistaken, his spouse was literally in bed with Haywood, who was MI6. And so there seems to have been at one point significant penetration high up in the Chinese leadership. But again, that seems to have been constantly and continuously cleaned out. And I have to emphasize, the kind of standards that the Chinese hold for themselves are very high, both in terms of competence and also in terms of just kind of, integrity and being, without not being influenced.
KJ, a final question before we get to audience questions. There's a few. I wanted to ask you, how does
Elizabeth, not Queen Elizabeth, the battleship Elizabeth. It was a remarkable occasion, remembered only by me and 1.4 billion people in China. It was the last time a limp British vessel steered up the river Yangtze or any river in China. That was until Keir Starmer turned up. Now, I don't want to be churlish, and I mean this sincerely, folks. And as you know, once you can fake the sincerity, Everything else is easy. I am very happy that Keir Starmer has followed me to China, because China is the future, and Britain is in a very perilous position, very serious social, cultural, economic, and yes, military and precarious position that we have not been in since 1941. We have a range of enemies. We have very few, if any, friends. Our country is isolated like it has never been before, unless you count the enduring friendship of President Emmanuel Macron with his 11% approval rating, matching Keir Starmer's 11% approval rating, and falling, at least in the latter case. Unless you count the European Union allies that Britain left behind at Brexit. We have picked fights with the most powerful countries in the world. We have picked economic paths which diverge drastically from the rising powers in the world. We are on the road to nowhere, or as you might put it, up the Yangtze without a paddle. Now, I have informed through Facebook, right enough, very popular article that I've written there, Sir Keir Starmer, that I'm only an ultra high speed rail link away, because the journey time to Beijing from Shanghai is now, well, laughably short. And as we have failed for as long as I can remember to build a high speed rail from London to Birmingham that would shave 12 minutes off the journey, well, I don't know what he would make of it if he took the high speed train from Beijing to Shanghai. But he knows my phone number, at least his security service does. Now, after they took my phone at Gatwick Airport, he can call me if he likes. Of course, he's not the only European leader that's been heading for China. You wait years for a Western leader to turn up in Beijing, and like London buses, 3 turn up at once. Yesterday, it was a Mr. Stubbs, who apparently is the Prime Minister of somewhere called Finland. That's the people who were jointly responsible for the siege of Leningrad, which killed 1 million people. 1 million people starved to death, including the then 2-year-old brother of Vladimir Putin, though he himself was not yet born. Finland has never faced accountability, has never faced justice for their role with the Nazis in the Second World War. But hey, now that they're in NATO, at least for the moment, though they never asked their people, if their people wanted to join NATO, maybe one day they will. Certainly, like the Chinese, the Russians never forget. Well, it was Stubbs yesterday. It's Starmer today. Hope he doesn't stub his proverbial diplomatic toe while he's here. And of course, it was Macron, it was Carney. It's one after the other as they realize that their supposed friend and ally, their father actually, the presidency of the United States of America, has gone absolutely unhinged. It has gone berserk. It is a bull in a china shop, though it's not much of a bull. My prediction is that Donald Trump will not be with us, at least in office, at this time next year. He is careering around in such a dangerous and reckless way, and handling the US economy in such a way that somebody somewhere is bound to step in. I hope it's not with extreme prejudice. I hope it's smoothly and constitutionally with Amendment 25, with his own cabinet finding him no longer fit for his duties. Not that J.D. Vance is going to be any better, but at least he's got a clear head, one presumes. Every time I look at Donald Trump now, every time I hear Donald Trump now, I realize that there may very well be a brain tumor in there somewhere. There's certainly, if not a brain tumor, the hereditary mental illness of which his father was afflicted. His father's middle name, I remind you, was Christ. I'm not making that up. Donald Trump, having threatened Greenland, threatened Denmark, threatened again this week Canada, who he's told will not be allowed to make an economic relationship with China following Mark Carney's highly successful visit here and his very important speech at Davos. Trump has gone insane. His first response to Carney was that, yeah, he should do that. He's done a good job for Canada, but his next response was that he would not allow Canada to form such a relationship with China. So if he's able to impose that, then he already is the president of Canada and the United States at one and the same time, even though he's not yet the president of Greenland. If he's not able to achieve it, well, will there be war? The Canadian Ministry of Defense has actually produced an entire plan for guerrilla warfare in the event of an invasion by the United States of America. I'm not making that up either. I've read it. I know which forests, I know which canyons, I know which mountains they're going to fight the American invader from. That's the world we're now in. Talk about topsy-turvy. This is oscillating wildly. It was Greenland, it was Denmark, it was Canada, it was, I don't know where, but the current crosshairs are fixed on the Islamic Republic of Iran. It could scarcely be more dangerous than this. The Iranians are bristling with defiance. They have said, forget any idea that you can conduct targeted missiles at us, that you can have some kind of very forensic attack on us, some kind of limited attack on us. The first shot that you fired will be treated by us as all-out war. And Israel and you and your satrapies in the Persian Gulf will be the first to pay the price. Now, you could disbelieve them if you like. You could think they're bluffing if you like, but you must be a very big high-rolling gambler in Las Vegas or maybe Macau if you are prepared to take that risk. My money is on the Iranians, if they have to go down, going down, all guns blazing. And all guns blazing means no oil or gas at all produced anywhere in the Persian Gulf. It means no traffic through the Straits of Hormuz. That means an economic collapse in Europe in particular, which simply could not withstand the level of shock that this would deliver to the international economic system. Our economies are in a pretty parlous case. I met a Chinese man and woman today who were depressed about China's growth rate of 4.7%. I didn't have the heart to tell them that we have no growth rate at all. They were depressed because that's down from 7.9%. And they remember the days when it was 20%. I mean, that's the scale of the difference between life here in China and life in our country and in the countries like us in the Western world. Talk about the sun rising in the east. You'd have to see Shanghai to believe it. You'd have to feel Shanghai to believe it. The national unity here, the sense of common purpose here, the sense of one country, one people moving together steadily. It's a long march, all right, from the beginning of the Chinese Revolution, but my God, it has been a success. And I'll be talking, as I say, to the master, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, about the extent to which, if we all don't box clever, if we don't all take the lessons from China's success, well, the sun will not just set in the West,
have no dependencies on other countries outside Europe.
It's less rules-based, it's more power-oriented. Pax Americana is gone. The US role in the world is changing.
And it's with this approach that Canada is forging a new strategic partnership with China.
China is welcome, but what we need is more Chinese foreign direct investment in Europe.
Over the weekend, Donald Trump posted twice in quick succession, claiming that China was completely taking over Canada. One post said it would never happen. The next one said it was already happening. And that contradiction tells you everything you need to know about how global power is being exercised right now. A single speech at Davos triggered a chain reaction that revealed far more about the current state of global power. When Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney addressed the World Economic Forum, he articulated a worldview that many policymakers already privately accept, but rarely said it out aloud. Like he said it to them, we are those grocery shopkeepers, we need to take down that sign. That the international system is no longer organized around a single, uncontested central authority. And the resilience in this new era depends less on dominance and more on diversification, coordination, and institutional stability. Carney's remarks were careful and measured. He spoke about the systemic risk, fragmentation, and the dangers of allowing geopolitics to overwhelm economic rationality. He emphasized cooperation, not as an idealism, but as a necessity. He did not frame the moment as a clash of civilizations or ideologies. Instead, he framed it as a management problem, one in which volatility itself has become the central threat to prosperity. And guess who he was referring to? It's become a threat to markets and governments alike. And his message was familiar, even reassuring. For Donald Trump, though, it was intolerable. Davos represents everything Trump despises: rules, coordination, and restraint. The globalists. The Davos worldview treats power as something that must be constrained by rules, institutions, and predictability. Trump's worldview treats power as something that must be asserted, demonstrated, and constantly reinforced and leveraged. In that sense, Carney's speech was not just a commentary. It was a challenge, not to policy, but to authority. Carney got underneath Donald Trump's skin. Trump's response was immediate and revealing. Rather than react to the substance of what was said, he reacted to what the speech represented. Within hours, he announced that Canada would be removed from his so-called Board of Peace. On that surface, this appears quite trivial. The Board of Peace has no legal standing, no institutional role, and no recognized authority. But symbolism was the point here. The board exists as a mark of favor, inclusion, and proximity to US power. Removing Canada was not about peace. It was about status. It was about a public demotion. Trump's own Davos speech hit at Canada, saying it gets a lot of freebies from its relationship with the US, and that Canada lives because of the United States. He said, remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements. But that wasn't enough for Donald. He then escalated, following up with a series of posts warning that if Canada pursued a trade agreement with China, the United States would impose tariffs of up to 100% on Canadian goods. He wrote on his Truth Social, if Canada makes a deal with China, it will immediately be hit with a 100% tariff against all Canadian goods and products coming into the US. On Saturday, Trump said in his social media post that if Carney thinks he's going to make Canada a drop-off port for China to send goods and products into the United States, he is sorely mistaken. And he kept going on and on with more posts. Now, this is despite the fact that after Carney's trip to China, when Donald Trump was asked initially about it, he told reporters, if you can get a deal with China, he should do that. Tariffs have long been used as economic tools, but then they're typically justified through a framework of reciprocity or unfair practices or national security. Trump's threat does not rest on any of these. It basically rests on political obedience. Exactly what Mark Carney's speech was all about when he urged other middle powers to band together in the face of economic coercion by greater powers, implicitly referring to the US. Canada's relationship with China has been tense in recent years, largely because Ottawa aligned itself with the United States pressure campaign against the country. Mark Carney's visit to Beijing in mid-January 2026 was the first trip by a Canadian Prime Minister to China in nearly a decade. And it came at a moment of heightened tension between Ottawa and Washington over trade and strategic alignment. After Donald Trump's frequent jibes about the reliance of Canada on the United States, on Canada becoming the 51st state. During that 4-day visit, Canada and China announced a new strategic partnership, which was aimed at broadening cooperation across multiple areas. In practical terms, the visit marked a clear attempt by Ottawa to diversify its trade and political relationships beyond reliance on the United States. One of the most notable economic developments was the agreement on tariff adjustments. In Beijing, China agreed to reduce tariffs on key Canadian exports, including drastically lowering duties on Canadian canola oil, while Canada agreed to lower its tariffs on certain Chinese goods, such as electric vehicles. The Canadians increased EV tariffs in 2024 at the behest of the United States at the time. Under the current agreement that they've just signed with China, Canada said it will allow the import of 49,000 electric vehicles into the country. Mark Carney was not in China to sign any kind of trade agreement. As per the USMCA agreement that Canada has with the United States and Mexico, which it signed in 2020, it's not allowed to pursue any free trade agreement with any non-market country such as China. And Carney's described Donald Trump's threats as a negotiating tool before the US-Mexico-Canada trade agreement, which is up for renewal this summer. In his words, the president is a strong negotiator, and I think some of these comments and positioning should be viewed in the broader context of that. Now, to understand why Trump's tweets and posts and so on matter, it's important to grasp Trump's governing style. Trump doesn't govern through institutions. He governs through threats and humiliations. Social media posts are not commentary. They're instruments of governance. A threat doesn't need to be enacted to change behavior. It's meant to be a signal, which is supposed to be sufficient in itself. So this collapses the distinction between rhetoric and action. Now, in previous eras, even aggressive policies were passed through bureaucratic processes, which created delay, debate, and predictability. Those processes acted as shock absorbers. Under Trump, those buffers are now bypassed. Everything is said on a post, whether he's happy with you, whether he's upset with you. The result is a system in which allies, markets, and governments must constantly interpret his intent rather than rely on structure. So the policy becomes very personalized, volatility becomes endogenous within the system, and long-term planning basically becomes extremely difficult because there's no stable framework in which you're going to plan. Crucially, this style was usually reserved for adversaries. Markets now have a name for this. They call it taco. Trump always chickens out. But here's the problem. What happens if he doesn't? It's now being applied openly to allies. So Canada's hedging, Britain's hedging, France is hedging, Germany hedges. Canada is the clearest illustration of why this is destabilizing. It's not just a marginal player for the United States. Its economy is deeply integrated within the United States across manufacturing, energy, agriculture, and services. Over 75% of its exports go to the US. Its supply chains are all continental. Its defense posture is aligned through shared intelligence, NORAD, and the decades of strategic cooperation. If any country could reasonably assume that an alliance status should have insulated it from coercion, it should have been Canada. But Trump's threats have shattered that assumption. And the threat matters far more than its feasibility. Whether a 100% tariff could realistically be imposed without enormous blowback is almost beside the point. The message has already landed. Access to the US market is no longer guaranteed because of partnership. It was contingent on political alignment, and that alignment can now change overnight. That forces a recalculation. Canadian policymakers now have to factor political volatility into every long-term decision they take. They must ask whether dependence on the US market still constitutes stability or whether it constitutes risk. And Mark Carney has several times said it constitutes risk. Canada has an over-reliance, over-dependency on the United States. Now, once that question is asked, diversification becomes inevitable. even if diversification is costly in the short term. It becomes rational in the long term. And once diversification begins, it's not going to be easy to reverse. And that is what Carney is working on in the last several months. He's rebuilding Canada's trade posture around having optionality, making it resilient, and having multilateral engagement. And China is part of the picture, but not the whole of it. Straight after China, Carney traveled to Qatar, and he's due to go to India as well shortly, where he's expected to sign key agreements in energy, minerals, uranium, and artificial intelligence. The deeper story is that Ottawa is responding to US volatility by quietly rebuilding a global safety net. Now, this is precisely the dynamic defense analysts were warning about ever since Trump took power. The argument was never that China is going to replace the United States as a political leader, but it was that the coercive behavior by Washington would accelerate hedging behavior amongst all its allies, which makes China appear much more predictable. In international politics, predictability is power, and that's what the United States had for decades. China understands this logic as well. Its diplomacy, which is often perceived to be slow, scriptive, and actually is kept to be deliberately unremarkable. Agreements that it makes are framed in language about sovereignty, non-interference, and mutual benefit. Now, to Western audiences, this rhetoric can sound hollow, but to governments operating under pressure, it is reassuring. China rarely humiliates partners in public. It rarely threatens punishment for private hedging purposes, and it almost never conditions economic engagement on some kind of loyalty ritual. This does not make China benevolent, right? But what it does do is it makes it predictable. And in a fragmented system, predictability is a huge asset. Chinese officials on Monday said that that recent trade agreement with Canada is not meant to undercut other countries, and that China believes countries need to approach state-to-state relations in the spirit of a win-win rather than a mentality of zero-sum. China is not happy with the breakdown of the current system. It has benefited tremendously from the global peace that has remained more or less in the past 40 years, under which it was able to rise and economically develop. When Trump threatens tariffs because of political disagreement, and China responds to similar situations with quiet negotiations and having much longer timelines, that contrast becomes very unavoidable. Countries do not interpret this as a moral comparison. They interpret it basically as a risk management tool. The perception that China is the more rational player, multilateral interlocutor, is not the product of Chinese propaganda, as right-wing commentators would have you believe. It's the byproduct of American behavior, especially under Donald Trump. This dynamic is now playing out across Europe. The United Kingdom provides a clear example. Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister, is arriving in China next week with a slightly different set of circumstances. The last British Prime Minister to visit China was Theresa May in 2018. The British Prime Minister's planned visit to China is not going to be an ideological realignment. It's basically an economic triage. Post-Brexit, Britain faces weak growth, reduced trade leverage, and a heightened exposure to global shocks. Britain is also one of those middling powers, as Carney put it. At the same time, British officials are acutely aware that US trade policy under Trump is volatile, personalized, and subject to sudden reversal. They just had a trade agreement, 10% tariffs, and then last week, Donald Trump threatened them with another 10% going up to 25% if they didn't do his bidding on Greenland. China, by contrast, offers market access, investment, and continuity. But London's not going to choose Beijing over Washington. It's choosing optionality over dependence. Then look at France. France approaches the same reality through a language of strategic autonomy. At Davos, President Emmanuel Macron explicitly called on China to invest more in Europe. And it wasn't a rhetorical flourish. It was a signal. Macron was acknowledging that Europe needs capital, industrial investment, and growth, and that it can no longer rely on the United States as the sole economic anchor. Now, France, once again, remains committed to the transatlantic relationship, but commitment no longer means exclusivity. Germany's approach is even more pragmatic. Publicly, Berlin always aligns with Washington on security and values. Economically, though, it continues to deepen engagement with China across manufacturing, green technology, and automotive supply chains. German policymakers understand that their industrial base depends on global demand and stable trade routes. They also understand that sudden trade disruptions, driven by political impulse, carries real domestic costs. And the result is a dual-track strategy that looks contradictory on the surface, but is entirely rational underneath. This year, the United States saw the lowest amount of German FDI in the country since 2010. Now, markets recognize this shift faster than governments do. Capital doesn't respond to speeches, it basically responds to risk. So whenever policymaking is driven by grievance and announced through social media, companies start delaying their investment, supply chains start to fragment, and states start accumulating their own buffers. Trump doesn't need to impose tariffs to alter behavior. The threat alone is becoming sufficient. And that's how uncertainty starts becoming structural into the system. It embeds itself into the expectations, the pricing, and the long-term planning that companies and governments do. For years, strategists have warned that America's greatest vulnerability is not going to be military decline. It's going to be self-inflicted alienation, something that Donald Trump has started. They've argued that treating alliances as instruments of discipline rather than partnership is going to hollow out the system, which sustained US influence, sustained the dollar as the world's reserve currency, and sustained the government debt that the US has. Those warnings were often dismissed as being pessimistic or theoretical. But over the weekend, once again, they've been vindicated in real time. If the United States is willing to threaten Canada over who it trades with, despite the fact the US is in the middle of its own trade deal with China, if Britain and France and Germany are quietly hedging, and if China is increasingly perceived to be the calmer interlocutor in this unstable global system, then that global order is not collapsing, it's basically rebalancing. And every public threat that Donald Trump's going to do is going to accelerate that process. It's never going to be about China replacing the United States for Western countries. It's going to be about what happens when these allies stop believing that the United States is predictable. Power that has to threaten is already showing that it's slipping. Washington is doing more than any other actor to undermine its own power. And the world's adjusting quietly, strategically, and permanently. And that is the real significance of what is unfolding in front of our eyes. I'm Najma Minhas with GV.
Political war against all international multilateral organizations that the US cannot fully control. The US government is getting increasingly desperate because everyone can see that the power of the US empire has been in significant decline. And the US government wants to drag the world back to the unipolar era in the 1990s and early 2000s, when the US was the only major superpower on Earth and no country was powerful enough to challenge its global domination. And all US administrations have been imperialist and have waged wars around the world and overthrown and destabilized foreign governments. But Donald Trump has ushered in a new era of hyper-imperialism at a new extreme level. And the US government is openly attacking international law itself. And again, all US administrations have been deeply hypocritical and have violated international law, but usually they at least pretend to care about international law and do lip service. Again, it's superficial and hypocritical, but Trump is not even doing that anymore. He's explicitly saying the US government does not care about international law and wants to replace international law with the law of the jungle, might makes right, in which the US government can do whatever it wants anywhere in the world. In an interview with the New York Times in January, Donald Trump was asked about his plans to try to colonize Canada and Greenland and Venezuela. And he said, quote, "I don't need international law," end quote. And Trump was asked if there were any limits to his power. And he said, quote, "My own morality, my own mind. It's the only thing that can stop me," end quote. And after saying that in January, Trump posted on his social media website, Truth Social, an image, a photoshopped image of him in the White House lecturing European leaders from NATO, European vassals of the US empire. And next to Trump, there is a photoshopped image of a map showing the US colonizing not only Greenland, but also Canada and Venezuela. Trump is making it clear that the US empire does not care about international law. Again, that's not new, but saying it very explicitly. And he's even going a step further and saying that he's going to physically expand the territory of the US empire by colonizing foreign countries and directly attacking the fundamental concept of sovereignty. And this is why the Donald Trump administration has been withdrawing from most of the world's multilateral institutions. In January, the White House published a memo announcing that it had withdrawn the US from more than 60 international organizations, conventions, and treaties, which it said are contrary to the interests of the United States, meaning that the US cannot completely control it. And this memo included a long list of the more than 60 international organizations that the US government is withdrawing from. Many of them have to do with international development and immigration and human rights and energy and climate change. And about half of them are United Nations organizations. So the Trump administration is withdrawing from the UN International Law Commission and many other UN organizations. Now, the US has not officially withdrawn from the United Nations itself, but it's very possible that the next step is for the US to totally withdraw from the United Nations. In 2025, the Trump administration already withdrew the US from UNESCO, the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. And last year, Trump also withdrew the United States from the World Health Organization, the WHO, which shows how completely isolated the US is on the global stage. It's a pariah state. It's a complete rogue regime. And while the US is withdrawing from all of these UN organizations and other multilateral institutions, Donald Trump is trying to create a whole new infrastructure, international infrastructure, that is entirely controlled by the United States, that tries to impose US unipolar hegemony on the world. And the perfect example of this is the so-called Board of Peace that Trump announced during the World Economic Forum in Davos in January. It is completely obvious what Trump is trying to do with this. He's trying to create an alternative to the United Nations, a competitor to the UN that only the US controls, that only the US has veto power in, no other country on earth. In fact, the US government is so shameless that the Trump administration created a logo for the so-called Board of Peace that is directly modeled after the UN logo, but the UN logo includes all of the world, all of the planet, all of the continents, and yet the so-called Board of Peace logo, led by the US, only shows North America and a small part of South America. So symbolically, it's so clear what the US empire is trying to do. They're trying to replace the United Nations, which, again, despite all of the problems with the UN, it is still multilateral and international. The US has disproportionate influence in the UN. The US has veto power in the UN Security Council, but that's not enough for the US government. Washington wants to control everything. For Washington, it's not enough to have veto power. It's not enough to control 51%. It wants 100%. Trump wants to make sure that no other country on earth can ever challenge the US empire in any way. And I don't often agree with the British newspaper The Guardian, but it was absolutely right when it published an article titled "Trump's Board of Peace is an imperial court completely unlike what was proposed." And that is true, because the way that Trump is trying to justify the creation of this alternative to the UN, the so-called Board of Peace, is that technically, in a very small way on paper, it was justified by a UN Security Council resolution that was passed in 2025. But actually, that Security Council resolution was supposed to be about Gaza. There was supposed to be a UN mandated body, an international body created in order to administer Gaza after the US and Israel completely destroyed it. But this so-called Board of Peace that Trump has actually announced has nothing to do with Gaza. In fact, the Trump administration published a charter for the so-called Board of Peace, and it doesn't even mention Gaza. So the US government was simply using that UN Security Council resolution as an excuse to try to destroy the United Nations. It's absolutely incredible. And when the Trump administration announced the members of the executive board of the so-called Board of Peace, it's even crazier when you see who they are. The majority of them are US government officials, including US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff, and Trump's advisor Robert Gabriel, who is the US Deputy National Security Advisor, along with Trump's advisor Jared Kushner, his son-in-law. And then you also have Tony Blair, the war criminal, the former prime minister of the UK, who helped George W. Bush invade Iraq in an illegal war of aggression. And then you also have as a member the billionaire oligarch Mark Rowan, who's a close friend of Trump. He's the CEO of the Wall Street financial firm Apollo Global Management that is very deeply invested in private equity. And this billionaire oligarch has been working closely with Trump to try to take over universities in the US and to use them to spread right-wing propaganda. So he's on the executive board of the so-called Board of Peace. And then finally, you have Ajay Banga, who is the president of the World Bank, an organization that the US also has veto power in. So this organization is a complete joke. It is a brazen attempt by the US government to replace the United Nations with an organization that only Washington controls. And this is why very few countries have actually accepted the US invitation to join the so-called Board of Peace. You have the right-wing US puppet regime of Javier Milei in Argentina, and then you also have US allies like Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Pakistan, and it's likely that the leaders of these countries only joined because they're trying to curry favor with Trump and get more support from the US government. And you also have Turkey, which is a member of NATO and is constantly playing both sides, East against West. But none of the major global powers have accepted the invitation to join Trump's UN alternative. China and India, the two most populous countries on earth, have not accepted to join, and Russia has also not accepted the invitation to join. And by the way, what's crazy is that Donald Trump did not even invite any countries in sub-Saharan Africa. Bloomberg compiled a list of the countries invited to join this so-called Board of Peace, and you can see that no African country south of Egypt was invited to join, which is absolutely crazy. Africa is a continent with 1.5 billion people, and by the end of this century, there will be 2 billion people in Africa, and yet the US government has no interest in sub-Saharan Africa except for the minerals it can exploit. And let's not forget that during his first term, Trump demonized African nations as S-hole countries. I mean, this is the extreme arrogance of the US empire. But again, the main point that I'm stressing here is that if you look at a map of the countries invited to join Trump's so-called Board of Peace, the vast majority did not accept the invitation. This once again shows how isolated the US regime is on the international stage. It's a complete rogue state. And the Chinese government has in fact publicly come out and criticized Trump's attempt to replace the UN with the so-called Board of Peace. China rejected Trump's invitation, and a spokesman from China's foreign ministry said very clearly that China firmly upholds the UN-centered international system, the international order based on international law, and the principles of the UN Charter, which is based fundamentally on sovereignty, the respect for sovereignty and non-interference in countries' internal affairs. This is what China is upholding, the UN-centered system of international law, not the Western so-called rules-based order in which the West makes the rules. That was already bad enough. Or Trump, what he's trying to propose is even worse than that, which is rule by one country arbitrarily, where the US can do whatever it wants at any time. And by the way, that is exactly what Donald Trump has in mind with his so-called Board of Peace. Bloomberg published an article revealing how Trump is trying to force countries to pay $1 billion to stay on this board that only the US controls. According to the charter that the Trump administration created for this US-controlled organization, Trump will be the lifelong inaugural chairman of the so-called Board of Peace. Trump and the US government will decide who is invited to this organization, and all decisions made are subject to the approval of the US president, of Trump and whoever would succeed him. And any country that wants permanent membership on the so-called Board of Peace will have to pay at least $1 billion to Trump and the US, money that they will control. Moreover, the US president will decide when the Board of Peace convenes its meetings, and the US president controls the agenda that will be discussed at those meetings. And finally, Trump will have the power to remove any members of this organization. The US government can kick out any country if it doesn't like it, which is exactly what happened just a few days after Trump announced this organization. Trump had previously invited Canada, and Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney accepted the invitation, and then Trump withdrew the invitation in protest because Trump was furious about Mark Carney's trip to China. Carney was the first Canadian Prime Minister to visit China since 2017, in nearly a decade, and there he met with China's President Xi Jinping, and they signed an agreement to deepen trade, and Canada agreed to lift tariffs that it had previously put on Chinese electric vehicles at the pressure of the US government, because US car companies are unable to compete with Chinese auto companies. They're terrified, and they were begging the US government and Canada to put very high tariffs on these Chinese EVs. Well, now Mark Carney has lifted those tariffs, which is going to devastate US car corporations that can't compete with Chinese firms. So in response, what did Donald Trump do? He withdrew the invitation for Canada on his so-called Board of Peace, and then Trump threatened 100% tariffs on Canada, one of the top 3 US trading partners, blackmailing Canada to pressure it not to make a trade deal with China. Again, this is how the US empire treats its so-called allies. This is why so many countries like Canada and European countries are looking for alternatives to this insanity of the rogue regime in Washington that truly thinks that it is the global dictator, that the United States is the emperor of planet Earth, and the US can do whatever it wants at any time, and there are no limits on its global power. And this is why the US government is waging a full frontal assault on international law. Because again, as I've been discussing, international law was always very deeply hypocritical, but it's the only thing that small countries in the global south have to defend themselves. Despite all of the problems with it, many countries in the global south still defend the United Nations and the UN Charter, which is based, again, on the sacred principle of sovereignty. And they recognize that if this system does not exist, despite its many flaws, then the only thing that does exist is the law of the jungle. Might makes right. The US empire thinks it can do whatever it wants anywhere in the world with no consequences. And by the way, this is why China has always steadfastly defended the international law-based system centered in the United Nations. And this is not just under Trump. I'm reading here a statement from 2024 back when Joe Biden was president. And the Biden administration was trying to replace the international law-based order with this vague concept of the so-called international rules-based order, of course, in which the West makes the rules. The US in particular makes the rules and orders everyone around. And the Biden administration was accusing Beijing of supposedly violating this vague idea of the so-called rules-based order. And China, for its part, has been very adamant in defending what it calls the UN-centered international system. Back in 2024, China celebrated the 79th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations, and a Chinese foreign ministry spokesperson said, quote, China will continue to work with the rest of the world to practice true multilateralism and defend the UN-centered international system and the international order based on international law, end quote. And this is why China is also an important member of the Group of Friends in Defense of the Charter of the United Nations, which brings together Global South countries trying to defend the sacred principle of sovereignty, which is enshrined in the UN Charter. Sovereignty and non-interference. The UN Charter clearly establishes that according to international law, countries should have their sovereignty respected and they have the right to non-interference, that other powers should not meddle in their internal affairs. This is why China and other countries in the Global South may have many criticisms of the existing international law-based order and with the United Nations, which again is still largely dominated by Western countries. Yet despite their criticisms, they don't want to replace it. They don't want to get rid of it because they know that the alternative would probably be even worse. And this is exactly what the United States is trying to do. It's trying to replace that international law-based system with its own order that only the United States controls. This is why the US government is waging war against international law. This is why the Trump administration has withdrawn from more than 60 international organizations, including UN bodies. The goal of the US empire is to forcibly drag the world back into the unipolar era when the US is the only dominant power and US corporations can exploit every country, workers all around the world can exploit their natural resources. There are no competitors to US corporate monopolies in Silicon Valley and to large financial firms like BlackRock on Wall Street. The goal of the US regime is to impose a global imperialist dictatorship. And this is not necessarily new with Trump, but he has taken it to a whole new extreme level. He has taken the mask off the US empire and showed its true ugly face to the entire world, and no one can any longer deny its true intentions. On that note, I'm going to conclude. I am Ben Norton. This is Geopolitical Economy Report. I want to thank everyone for joining.
Wow, so Donald Trump is absolutely getting crushed today as, check this out, mother of all deals, EU and India sign free trade agreement. And remember, Trump always likes to say he's a genius, he's the best deal maker, etc. However, I mean, apparently EU and India is certainly making a deal here, not Trump. Says tariffs cut to zero for many industrial products, including iron and steel, plastics, chemicals, and pharmaceuticals. Check this out. This is from Ursula. She says, Europe and India are making history today. We have concluded the mother of all deals. We have created a free trade zone of 2 billion people with both sides set to benefit. This is only the beginning. We will grow our strategic partnership to be even stronger. There they are together there. You can also have this from Modi, right? Shaking hands, smiling. He says, today is a day that will be remembered forever, marked indelibly in our shared histories. European Council President Antonio Costa And European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and I are delighted to announce the conclusion of the historic India-EU Free Trade Agreement. This is a milestone in our relations, which will strengthen our economic ties, create jobs for our youth, opportunities for our businesses, foster shared prosperity, and build stronger supply chains. So that's coming from both India and the EU, again, free trade agreement. And to listen to this, how Scott Bessent feels about the world.
I think Prime Minister Carney should say thank you rather than giving, this value signaling speech. I don't know. It strikes me that Mark Carney has gone back to his old days. He was the UN climate czar. He's tried to.
All right. So Scott Bessent says that Canada should say thank you. And that's basically their attitude in USA. If you take a look at this, Trump is also bragging, guys, I'm building a really great ballroom. This is Trump's words. I'm building on top of everything else that I am doing one of the greatest and most beautiful ballrooms anywhere in the world. Wow. So great, guys. But this is what people are saying about Trump in USA these days. Mass thugs, sneering elites, and terrified citizens. A picture of the U.S. today. We used to have a name for it. Well, I'll tell you, this is the news in USA right now. Dollar hits 4-year low as chaotic policymaking tests investors' nerves. That's coming out just a couple hours ago. On top of that, you've got U.S. confidence plunges to 12-year low. That's coming out just an hour ago, right? The news essentially is, you can see it for yourself, mother of all deals. EU and India are moving on. We've talked about this before. Canada's moving on. They're making deals and partnerships with China and Korea. And then you look at USA, UPS to cut 30,000 jobs this year. Now, anyone who follows this stuff, you'll know it's always a bad sign when the shipping slows down in USA, be it UPS, FedEx, or otherwise. This means business activity is down. But yet, USA, Trump, they're like, oh, but guys, I'm building a ballroom and I'm the greatest deal maker of all time, right? That's what they like to say. And I always tell you guys, a lot of the stuff in the USA is built on debt. Right? They always brag how we have all this greatest AI and we're going to do so great with that. This is from Financial Times. Big tech's borrowing spree raises fears of AI risks in U.S. bond market. Let's listen to more about the EU and India trade deal here. Take a look at this.
I'm the president of the European Council, but I'm also an overseas Indian citizen. Then, as you can imagine, for me, it has a special meaning. I'm very proud of my roots in Goa, where my father's family came from. And the connection between Europe and India is something personal to me.
And that is a brilliant message. I am the president of the European Council, but I'm also an overseas Indian citizen. As you can imagine, is a very special meaning. I'm very proud of my roots in Goa. And this speaks to me and a lot of people who are identifying with multiple places, multiple countries, right? It's a different world than what the Trumpies want to make it to, where Trump's all about building walls, like literally building walls and closing off people and isolating themselves. If you guys know my particular story, I was born in Vietnam. I grew up in USA. I lived in China, Japan. I currently live in Korea. People can move all over the world these days, and you can go back and forth. You can do business with multiple places. That's essentially what you're seeing with the EU and India, right? Multiple countries in the EU can now have free trade with India, and the world is becoming closer together without Trump in USA. I mean, like who needs Trump, right? Why would you want to deal with some dude who wakes up at 3 a.m. in the morning and changes his mind nonstop or calls you names nonstop? Like, why would you want to do business with that kind of person? Of course you don't want to.
Finally, Prime Minister Narendra, we both know our greatest wealth are our people. That is why I'm so glad that we are signing an agreement on mobility. We will facilitate the movement of students, researchers, seasonal and highly skilled workers. And this is also why we are launching the first EU legal gateway office in India. It will be a one-stop hub to support Indian talent moving to Europe in full alignment with EU member states' needs and policies. This is good for our economies. This is good for the friendship between our people. And this openness benefits us all.
And so what she's talking about, right? Agreement on mobility, the movement of students, researchers, and seasonal and highly skilled workers. And if you look at what's going on in USA, right, people are saying, well, what if we remove the World Cup, right, from the USA? That would be eminently sad, but entirely justified. Or you can see like, hey, Prime Minister Carney, we heard that Bessent was saying things about you, and we heard that Trump was saying things about you. Listen to this.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says that you walked back your comments on Davos in a conversation with Mr. Trump. Is that the case, Prime Minister?
As I said, well, first,
right. So the question was, Trump and Bessent were just saying, "Oh, Carney, we heard that you caved to Trump. Is that true? Is that true?" And then this is Carney's answer. Then different angle of it. Have a listen.
the president called me yesterday. We had a very good conversation on a wide range of subjects, ranging from situation in Ukraine, Venezuela, Arctic security. We discussed as well what Canada is doing positively, and this is the context of our discussion, what Canada is doing positively to build new partnerships around the world. I explained to him our arrangement with China. I explained to him what we're doing, 12 new deals on 4 continents in 6 months. He was impressed. And what we intend to do going forward, as well as the opportunity to, of course, move forward on CUSMA. You will note that Mr. LeBlanc had discussions with one of his counterparts in the last 36 hours about some of the modalities and things on the way forward. But to be absolutely clear, and I said this to the president, I meant what I said in Davos. It was clear it was a broader set of issues, that Canada was the first country to understand the change in U.S. trade policy that he had initiated. And we're responding to that. We're responding positively by building partnerships abroad. We're responding positively by building at home. And we're prepared to respond positively by building that new relationship through CUSMA. He understood that, and it was a good conversation, as I say.
So you didn't walk back your comments?
And you can see it right there. I mean, Carney's basically saying, hey, Trump started this thing and we're finishing it. Like we're building partnerships in other places. And he's very polite about it. You don't have to yell. You don't have to scream. You just have to move on. And basically Trump and his people are, you know, like that angry ex-lover, right? And they get all upset that you're out making better partnership, better friends, and basically finding new lovers. That's just what it boils down to. And if you look what's going on in USA today, you got people like Greg Abbott in Texas saying, we're going to block workers, right? Texas governor halts H-1B hiring at state colleges agencies, right? And for those of you who've ever been to universities and such, like doing medical research, there's a lot of people from all around the world that work on this that benefits the whole world and benefits research for the U.S. and everywhere. And I guess if Texas doesn't want workers or researchers, right, people who are going to benefit the economy, EU is going to be like, I'll take them. Why not? Right. And you guys have to understand, like this generates flow of money all around the world. It's not just one place. And it's clearly are people moving from the USA to other places here. Listen to Scott Bessent here talk about these issues.
And interest rates will be down significantly. They're already down quite a bit. Let's talk about the Prime Minister, or if you prefer, Governor of Canada, and him threatening to break economic alliances with the U.S., go with China. The president has threatened 100% tariff. What impact would that have?
It would be a disaster for Canada. I was in the Oval with the president today. He spoke to Prime Minister Carney, who was very aggressively walking back some of the unfortunate remarks he made at Davos. And Sean, I'm not sure what the Prime Minister was thinking. Of course, Canada depends on the U.S. There's much more north-south trade than there could ever be east-west trade. He talks about middle countries having to do their own thing. And I'm old enough to remember when French President Francois Mitterrand tried to go down that route. It failed back in the 80s. It'll fail now. And Canada is linked to the U.S., and the Prime Minister should do what's best for the Canadian people rather than trying to push his own globalist agenda.
But essentially, they're trying to play the ex-lover role of like, oh, well, you need us. You can't do anything better than us. We're so awesome. You should join us. And that's why I showed you guys what is happening in USA. You have the dollar at the 4-year low, consumer confidence at the 12-year low. You got UPS, right, cutting jobs, 30,000. And you also have the US economy based on AI, which is designed to replace jobs. And that's all built on debt. This won't end well, although Donald Trump claims that he's building this fantastic ballroom. So there's that. That's what's going on. Like to hear your thoughts. Do appreciate your time. And I'll catch you all in the next video.
This is going global, guys. So the move away from dollar assets is getting real. Now, of course, this didn't happen just last year. It started way back, all the way back in 2008 when the Fed printed money to save the housing market. Now, that was classic currency debasement. Then we had trillions printed during the 2020 lockdowns. That was confirmation to the world. Confirmation of one thing, that Washington would debase the dollar to protect its own economy first. Meanwhile, in Davos, Besson just mocked the world. He told the EU to sit back and accept the punishments without retaliation. No selling of US treasuries. And once again, he made fun of Denmark's holdings of US debt.
How concerned are you that institutional investors in Europe may be pulling out of treasuries, such as from pension funds in Denmark and elsewhere?
Well, the size, Denmark's investment in U.S. Treasury bonds, like Denmark itself, is irrelevant. That it's less than $100 million. They've been selling treasuries for years. I'm not concerned at all. Again, as Treasury Secretary, I see our Treasury auctions. We've had record foreign investment.
Well, the amount of hubris here is definitely relevant. It's on a whole new level. Denmark has been selling their treasuries by the billions over the last 10 years. In fact, the greatest fall came when Trump took office. And if Trump keeps pressurizing the EU with tariffs and threats, this dump is just not going to stop. Fiscal policy is bad enough with the deficit crisis, but when you keep piling on threats of sanctions, that is the last straw. Europe's biggest pension fund has been slashing their holdings of US government debt. Last year alone, they reduced holdings by a whopping 10 billion euro or $12 billion worth. The justification is simple: poor fiscal discipline, a weaker dollar, and macroeconomic risks in the US. Basically, they are afraid of the Trump administration going crazy again. And besides, no matter how much of an ally Europe is, allocating all your money into US bonds just doesn't make sense. You are funding your own punishment. You are lending money to your own economic captor. So that's the pressure coming from the Europeans. Finally, they are seeing the light. But let's talk about another big holder of US bonds. And these are the people adding more fire to the fuel. And that is BRICS. Now, we know Russia is out of US treasuries, so it doesn't make sense for them to hold a dime. We also know China has been dumping their holdings almost every single month. But now India is also joining the sell-off. This is Washington's last lifeline in BRICS, and they aren't buying US debt net on net. They are selling, and this is serious. India has sold off their holdings of long-term US bonds. It has dropped from a peak of $230 billion down to just 174. That's a big drop in just 2 years. Now, part of it was money used for currency interventions, for sure, but a bigger reason is to mitigate two big risks India and the rest of BRICS faces: the declining value of the dollar and economic sanctions. And let's talk about sanctions for a bit, because it's something that the Indians just don't want to risk. Yes, the sanctions were levied against Russia, and China is definitely on Trump's chopping block. But India has been consistently targeted by Scott Bessent, especially when it comes to Russian oil. He can't stand the Indians buying cheap crude and selling it off to Europe. Last year, Trump did also mention his secondary tariffs on Russia were actually levied on BRICS, and India did come up as a country that is against the US, at least according to him.
We're negotiating right now, and it's also BRICS. You know, they have BRICS, which is basically a group of countries that are anti the United States, and India is a member of that, if you can believe it. It's an attack on the dollar, and we're not going to let anybody attack the dollar. So it's partially BRICS, and it's partially the trade situation. It's the deficit. We had a tremendous deficit.
India's already facing a brutal 25% tariff. And unlike China, the leverage they have on Washington is lower. China, for example, they have been buying tons of cheap Venezuelan crude, but India has not been buying in big volumes. Cheap oil from Russia makes up their biggest import volume. Trump still has a card to play to hammer India if he really wants to. New Delhi's getting rid of their US bonds is a preemptive play in case dollar sanctions truly come. Oil from Russia accounts for 36% of India's total supply, which is tremendous. It's even greater than China's reliance. It's only 20% for Beijing. So in a way, India is more exposed to the threat of secondary sanctions on Russian oil. Trump could threaten a bump up in tariffs. It could go from 25% to even 50% or more. Things could hit a fever pitch. Washington could freeze India's bond holdings. I know it's unthinkable, but it's not impossible. And that's why reducing US assets is mission critical for India. They don't want to risk a treasury shock. If the rupee gets into trouble, the last thing they want is for $174 billion to go missing. Now, India's sell-off in 2025 is specifically in treasuries alone. And it's not just the value of it dropping, it's most definitely either a dump or letting the bonds mature without reinvesting. But like all smart BRICS countries, India's reserves are still growing because of their gold holdings. Even though they sold some treasuries, their reserves still grew by a net amount of 14 billion last year thanks to gold. Just like Russia and China, India, they have been stockpiling gold since forever. They were buying even before Trump's tariff war on the world, and obviously, this is paying off big time. India now has more reserves and they can deploy the bonds they sold on their own economy. This is one trend that just won't stop. BRICS is already doing it, and if Trump keeps needling Europe, the EU will start playing the exact same game. It will be more than just Poland buying gold. Europe is they are finally absorbing this phrase we've been talking about for years. Counterparty risk is something that every single gold investor and gold stacker here kind of knows. If you don't hold it, you don't own it. Even if you have a billion tons of gold and it's not in your possession, you kind of have nothing in reality. It's just a promise. Even the Germans are in panic mode. Lawmakers and economists, they are demanding their physical gold back from the US. Their gold is sitting in Federal Reserve vaults and is within the jurisdiction of the United States. Now, if Russian assets can be frozen, if Maduro's gold can be frozen, it is not impossible for German gold to get seized. Sure, it's a very low probability, but do you really want to risk it? And besides confiscation or seizure, there's another persistent risk with holding US bonds. It's the underlying asset itself. The dollar is still breaking down in 2026. Now, we called it in December last year. 2025 is just a start, and dollar cycles are structural. It lasts quite a long time. Trump's trade war has shifted the flow of dollars, and his speeches in Davos, they have shaken confidence in US bond demand. The US dollar has extended its losses. The index has fallen by yet another 1.5% this month. We are now back to the lowest level since September last year. So are asset prices really going up, or is it just the dollar falling? Now the S&P has gained 1.3% this year, but the dollar has crashed by 1.5%. So if you're a foreign buyer and you bought the S&P using dollars, obviously, you actually lost money in real terms. When you convert your local currency, you are down by 0.2% or even more. This is the stupidity of the entire system. This is why US bonds are seen as such a hot potato. Not only are you competing against inflation, You now have to guard against the dollar's collapsing value. And no, there's no point hedging against the dollar in US treasuries. You'll spend 2 to 3% in hedging costs, and that's going to wipe out your yield that is paying at the very most 4.2% on the 10-year. And what's worse is Trump's threat to bond dumpers. Even if central banks today stop dumping, bond issuance is a very long game. It's not like the United States is going to stop borrowing money tomorrow. Besson will face stiff resistance from buyers. Why would you buy an asset that you can't sell in the future? It's a key reason why gold has overtaken treasuries in global central bank assets. Even if countries hold on to their current stash of bonds, they might not buy any more in the future. Global gold reserves have hit $5 trillion. That's 25% more than foreign treasury holdings that are just 3.9 trillion. And the big jump happened since the tariff war. Central banks aren't exactly stupid. They can see the writing on the wall. Advanced economies like the US and Japan, they are drowning in debt. The only way out of this mess will be inflation. Now the end game could be good old money printing, nothing complex here. You inflate your way out of this mess. The biggest winners will be gold, while the losers will be bond holders if it happens. Now, another big shift out of bonds and dollars is trade policy. And God knows what is going on in the White House, but stability is not one of them. The global economy is one big free for all, and Trump is destabilizing things once again. Now, for many months, he has been telling the world that $18 trillion is coming into the US economy. And the idea is to attract more investments for US industries. But according to Trump, South Korea is not living up to the trade deal. A big part of the deal was hundreds of billions of investments into the US. The legislation has not approved it, which means the money probably isn't being sent to the US yet. So Trump is getting really jittery. He's getting very impatient. He's reimposing the brutal tariffs on Korean goods again. Everything from autos to pharmaceuticals will get clobbered. The tariff will go from 15% to 25%. This definitely isn't good for Korea, whose markets are facing big issues. The Korean won only recently recovered from a 17-year low. The Korean stock market is also at a record high. If the US reimposes a 25% tariff, this would most likely crater both the currency and Korean stocks. And that's how dangerous this entire tariff threat is. But it does show how unstable the Trump regime also is. This global shakedown for money is far from over. And put yourself in Korea's position. If you ratify the bill, you are obligated to give Trump his money. Factories will also be set up in the US, and you'll be competing with yourself halfway around the world. And the first casualty will be the Korean auto sector. Now, it accounts for 27% of total Korean exports to the US. American consumers buy almost half of Korea's total car exports. No surprise why automakers fell by 5% when Trump dropped the bombshell. Chips most definitely won't be tariffed, at least for now. The US still needs affordable chips from Korea. But we have to be careful here. Once SK Hynix or Samsung sets up their plants in the US, all bets are off. Once Taiwan's TSMC expands production there, then Trump can really turn the screws on his allies. So Korea is caught in a very bad place. For allies and trading partners, there's only so many ways you can diversify away from the US. Many economies are too connected to the United States. So the only real way to reduce risk is through reserve assets. Now, Korea, for example, can't afford to counter-tariff the US consumer market, but they can, of course, reduce their reliance on US treasuries as well. In fact, they are already thinking about it. The Bank of Korea is thinking of resuming gold buying since 2013. They hold around 104 tons of gold and they haven't added anything since. But if the country is so exposed to the US with this new trade deal, they better have some alternative reserves to fall back on. The hundreds of billions going into the US might not give a good return, if any return at all. And holding only dollar bonds is going to be a serious problem. The risk of a value collapse is real, and who knows if your holdings will be used against you. So really understand why the world is leaving the treasury market. And the more Trump lashes out, the faster this exodus will get. But let me know what you think. Will countries continue dumping US debt for gold? And how much more can the dollar crash in 2026? Let me know in the comments below. Stay safe. Be sure to smash the like button.
Right there in front of me, listing some of the ridiculous things the money had been spent on. And my colleagues stood up like straight as an arrow and clapped like seals when they pointed to Elon Musk and thanked him for finding all of this. And I thought, guys, you've been writing these checks. You're the one. You should be like shameful. You should hang your head and walk out of this room.
I see you're wearing your national debt on
Yes.
your, and so that was another promise I thought was part of MAGA, that they were going to cut the deficit, and that's why they were doing Doge, because this is unsustainable, and that it's at some point our economy will crash. And you have tweeted out recently, because Peter Schiff said that Trump has it backwards. The U.S. doesn't subsidize the world subsidizes the U.S. The dollar's reserve currency status allows us to live beyond our means. Soaring debt, tariffs, and military threats jeopardize that status. When it's lost, economic collapse will follow. And you said, as the dollar's reserve currency status diminishes, so does our ability to tax the world by creating more money. When the reserve status is lost, maintaining current spending levels and servicing the debt will be even more painful for Americans, who will bear the full inflation tax. So what people don't realize, that it's a unipart. So Trump is still sanctioning Russia, just like Joe Biden was. So when you do that, when you sanction other countries, you're actually taking money out of our treasury, because they have to, that's like a surcharge that they pay to use our currency. And now Russia went from like doing all their trading in 80% US dollars. Now it's down to like 10%. So we lose all that money. And so we're shooting ourselves in the foot. And so that's why there's things like BRICS happening, where these other countries are like, hey, we can't do this anymore. We don't want to use the US reserve currency. And as soon as that's over, so is our economy over. And it seems like it's coming close. People don't realize that this is the most, which is why gold has gone from $1,800, and now it's like up to $5,000 in just a couple of years. And it's because people like China, Japan, they're pulling their money out of the United States Treasury bonds and putting it in gold, because they see the writing on the wall. And the whole thing about Doge was that I thought they were going to do that, and then they didn't. He does the big, beautiful bill, which explodes the deficit. But you also voted for that bill, did you not?
I didn't vote for the big, beautiful bill.
Oh, you did not? Oh, that's...
No. I'm one of one, maybe one of two Republicans who didn't vote for it, because I said this increases spending by hundreds of billions of dollars per year. Like there's no two ways around it. And then they do the same trick. I don't care whether it's Republican speaker or Democrat speaker. They use a 10-year budget, and they say, oh, this baby balances in 10 years. Well, what they do is they front load all of the tax cuts and the spending increases. And they say in year 5, we'll sober up and these tax cuts will expire. Like it does, the no tax on tips expires after 3 years. The tax break for seniors expires after 3 years. They've got $400 billion in the first 3 years for DHS and DOJ and DOD. And they're saying, oh, but in years 4 and 5, we cut all that out. The taxes go back up. The spending goes down. But see, here's the problem, Jimmy. When I came into Congress, I came into somebody else's year 4 or 5, right? They said there was a fiscal cliff. Like literally the first month I'm in Congress, they're like, oh my gosh, it's a fiscal cliff. I'm like, what's a fiscal cliff? Oh, it's where you do what you promised you were going to do like 3 or 4 years ago. Now the day has come and it's going to screw everybody up if the taxes go back up and the spending goes down. So we're going to call it a fiscal cliff. So what they did in that big, beautiful bill, they created somebody else's fiscal cliff 5 years from now. And they're going to run around like chickens with their heads cut off in Washington, D.C. and say this will tank the economy if we don't extend these tax cuts. And our military will be, just hollowed out. It'll be a hollow shell of what it once was if we don't keep spending the levels we spent in the first 3 or 4 years. Now, back to your Doge thing. I had a surreal moment. I don't remember if it was, I think it was March was when they don't call it the State of the Union. The first one, is not really the State of the Union because the president just got into office. I forget what they call it, but I was there and Doge was well underway. They had spent several months. They had some of the sharpest minds in the country looking at computers that are 50 years old and finding all this crap, fraud, waste, and abuse. And I saw the president, right there in front of me, listing some of the ridiculous things the money had been spent on. And my colleagues stood up like straight as an arrow and clapped like seals when they pointed to Elon Musk and thanked him for finding all of this. And I thought, guys, you've been writing these checks. You're the one that you should be like shameful. You should hang your head and walk out of this room. If you acknowledged who made all that spending, you wouldn't even be able to stay in this room, much less clap that it had been found. And I thought, there is no way they're actually going to take this out of the budget. And they didn't. They did a CR. They did a continuing resolution. And we're still mostly on a CR, ironically, from Biden's last budget. We're still spending the same levels. We did rescind like 8 billion and then another 10 billion or something. Not a whole lot of money. I mean, these are billion-dollar solutions to trillion-dollar problems, but we put it all back in. It's all getting stuffed right back in, Jimmy, this month.
Yeah, it was a real disappointment. I can't tell you how much of a disappointment. And people don't realize that you realize this is unsustainable. People like Peter Schiff realize it. I realize it. The gold market realizes it. What do you think is, again, I'd hate to be a wet blanket, but I think it is going to happen. We're going to lose our reserve currency and we're going to become Brazil.
Let me explain what Peter Schiff's talking about, and then I try to restate, and you understand it very well. But other currencies in the world, they fluctuate with respect to the dollar. So let's say you're in a country and you want a budget to buy a bridge, a really important bridge in your country, and you're going to have to buy the steel for it 6 months from now. Well, you like to hold US dollars because you know what the price of steel is going to be in US dollars 6 months from now because the dollar doesn't fluctuate much. So you have to hold US dollars, and they hold it oftentimes in the form of our debt. Because if you want to buy something with dollars, you got to have those dollars in your wallet. You can't say, oh, I want to buy it with French francs, but I don't have any dollars right now. So you have to hold those dollars. Well, what happens is when we monetize our own debt, let's say we increase the money supply by 3% every year or 5% every year. Those guys, we're taking it from every country. We're taking money through inflation from every country that's holding dollars because they want to buy stuff with dollars because everybody accepts dollars. It's like American Express or a MasterCard, right? They take 3%. We're taking 3% from the entire world. But I watched Putin's interview with Tucker. The first hour was like, puts you to sleep. It was like a history of Russia, which may or may not be true. But if you could wake up the next day and watch the second half, Putin, obviously there's tons of propaganda in that. But one thing that he said was true. He said, look, you guys got the best deal going. Before you sanctioned Russia, 75% of our transactions were in US dollars, and now it's like 17%. Well, that was a couple years ago. You're probably right. It's probably closer to 10% now. And we don't get to charge 3% to Russia anymore, on all those transactions. And there are other countries, when we sanction them, this is one of the reasons I'm not for sanctions. If you go back and look, I mean, I've never voted to sanction a sovereign country. A terrorist group, yeah, we can sanction them. But when you sanction sovereign countries that hold US dollars, boom, you're getting rid of the deal. So, and you're right, you can, this, when people say, oh, the price of gold is going up. No, the value of the dollar is going down with respect to gold. And even sometimes when you see the stock market go up, I say, oh, they're just repricing Ford for the new dollar, which is worth, 90% of what it used to be. So of course, Ford's going to be 110% of what it was in US dollars. And that's happening right now. When it does happen, here's what happens when we're the only one using dollars is when we print more dollars and we try to print another $1 trillion or even 100 billion more dollars. We're going to feel it immediately in our own pocketbooks. US citizens who are trying to buy cars and clothes and housing and electricity, that inflation is going to kick in like almost immediately. And then the government's going to have a problem because they got to buy stuff that's inflated very quickly. So the whole inflation cycle speeds up when we're the only one using dollars. It's like it really is a fiat currency, like company script at that point. And that's when you look like one of these other countries who tinker with their own currency to try to fix their economic woes. And that's what I'm talking about in that tweet. When that happens, it's going to be extremely painful. Right now, we're getting a free ride. When I first came to Congress, I was worried it would collapse immediately. And then I realized this whole reserve currency thing is what keeps it going. We get to tax the world for our own overspending, and that's going to end. And I mean, looking at what's happening with the gold and silver right now, we may be at the beginning of that right now. And the other thing is, the president wants the Fed to lower the interest rates. We're not really in control of interest rates like we used to be. Because if you cut interest rates, okay, that's great. But the people who buy our debt are going to say, you know what, we don't think you're a good deal because we know you tend to inflate your dollars and you're promising to pay us back in dollars. So if you want me to borrow money and you're only going to give me 3%, I don't think that's a good deal. I think I'll buy gold or silver instead. And so we're starting to see that. And that's why interest rates, even if they cut them, even if the Fed cuts interest rates, you can't take water out of the shallow end of the pool and put it in the deep end, or vice versa, take it out of the deep end and put it in the shallow end. It's all going to equilibrate somewhere, and you're chasing your tail, and we're getting there quickly.
Hey, come see me live on tour February 20th in Lansing, Michigan, February 21st in
Hey guys, WW7, we've got a lot going on with the markets out there, and the US dollar is falling big time. It's fallen to the 14-year support level. You can see here on this graph. Once it breaks down through this, it's no man's land, and it can free fall for a long time. When this happens, this means that the cost of living and basically the power of the dollar is falling out. Cost of living is going to rise, power of the dollar falling out. And this goes hand in hand with what you're seeing with gold, silver, and all the precious metals. People are diving into them big time. But we've got big industries out here making moves, stopping people from getting their hands or even selling. Some people like scratching their heads like, why can we not even sell to some of these places? Well, like APMEX, their CEO just came out and announced a $20,000 minimum to sell your silver to them. That's up from the $10,000. And then you have Kitco putting a $5,000 limit on orders. And huge moves here that are pretty much unprecedented. We just witnessed gold and silver jump up and break not only records, but they hit these benchmarks that we talked about, the 51 and the 100. Gold's done just that. It surged past 51, and silver ran all the way up to like 118, pulled back. It's going to continue its tear as well. If bombs drop in any of these settings, whether it's Venezuela, Cuba, Iran, anything like that big on the world stage, you can expect gold and silver to continue to run. Now, Tether, if you missed it, they came out and they made a big move in terms of launching USAT. This is a federally regulated dollar-backed stablecoin for the U.S. market. It's official, okay? If you missed the news on the Genius Act, what they did is they connected the U.S. dollar to all these stablecoins before any other country could do it. And Tether just came out with a huge move and announced they were going to back their Tether with a 1/1000th of gold, which is huge because anything backed by gold that you can redeem and get that gold is going to be utilized over anything else that you can't. This may be the closest you ever see us get a gold standard connected to the dollar, but it will not be to the dollar. They could have done that very easy, but they didn't, because this is not just de-dollarization. This is de-fiatization. They are killing the fiat around the globe. This is to move, kill the dollar, fiat, all in one swoop. And it's not so much to kill the dollar all in all, it's to initiate this reset, to get it pushed onto this digital system.
There's some major movement in the US economy with major geopolitical implications. Let's go ahead and put this up here on the screen from the Financial Times. I'm going to read a little bit about this. The dollar sinks to a 4-month low as gold soars past $5,000 and the yen leaps. So there's a lot of stuff kind of going on behind the scenes. The simultaneous spike in the price of gold to $5,000 an ounce and the dollar sinking to a low, combined with some of the things that are happening in the Japanese markets. Nobody is fully understanding exactly, but I'll just read from what the general consensus on Wall Street. They say the dollar, analysts said, is suffering from the concerns over a potential government shutdown, down 0.6% on Monday against a broader group of major currencies, extending losses sparked by the Greenland crisis of last week. U.S. risks pushed investors out of the dollar, and they sought safety in precious metals, sending gold to an all-time high. And the surge in yen has come as traders speculate that the U.S. and Japan could be lining up their first coordinated intervention in currency since the G7 acted to weaken it after the 2011 earthquake. So that's kind of explains the broader picture for all of those things. However, if you put D1B, guys, the next one up there on the screen for some of the implications, gold and silver also showed you some interesting, reversals that happened at the end of the day. So it's all just very strange. And I think that the volatility is broadly just part of the instability right now in the global system. So if you put the next one up there on the screen, just to look at the several currencies all rising against the US dollar, what you see is all of these different currencies that have been rising against the dollar at various different percentages. And I think that this is a direct consequence really of several factors. So instability in our current fiscal system, right? So we have a partial government shutdown, which is now looming. Greenland, which had tariff risk. We didn't even get this in the show. I don't know if you saw this. Trump actually raised the tariffs from 15 to 25% on South Korea just yesterday. Again, huge Euro bias in our press. Everyone seems to forget. South Korea massively important trading partner to the United States. I don't even think it got a single major headline in any of the newspapers. We're talking about a huge economy with huge levels of bilateral trade between the United States. Take a look at the cars that are out there on the road, not to mention Samsung and all of these other companies with huge footprints here in the U.S. That is, in my opinion, like way more of an earthquake than Greenland or any of these. Again, never deserves the attention that it gets. But you put that all together, you got the shutdown, you've got Greenland, general instability here for the U.S. It's trading related questions about the U.S. and its word for trading relationships. That's what's going to swing your currency. And remember, currency linking with the bond markets, those couple of things all together have the potential always to just slip you in, not a full-blown crisis, but it can just always lead to problems for debt, for our own fiscal picture. And we're seeing all of that in the context also of a slowing U.S. economy in terms of what we have at home.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think these are all signs of a reordering of not only the global financial system, but the global system overall. I mean, it's always been the US dollar, treasury bonds. This was like the flight to safety when things were precarious. This is where investors and central banks where they would go. And now instead of that, you see hard metals, you see gold and silver, which are increasingly becoming the flight to safety instead of the US dollar and treasury bonds. I saw a chart that said that, central banks around the world are holding lower and lower amounts of US dollars as, reserves, which again is this sort of like slow but steady shift away from the US as the central bulwark of the global economy and global financial system. Now, none of this happens overnight. I'm not saying that like de-dollarization is happening tomorrow or that this is going to be a quick or instantaneous thing. But these countries, aided by the brazenness and wild maneuvering of Trump, have realized that the writing is on the wall and the old system is no more, and that they need to plan and protect themselves for the future. So I think that's, as you look at these movements in the market, which are sort of slow and steady over time and do have some reversals, like we saw gold and silver reverse again, but the overall trend in the Trump administration has been for those precious metals to continue to spike and hit new and new and new record highs.
Yeah, it's just gold is one of those where generally you can always say when it's high, things are usually not good. Like it's flight from something. Let's go to the next one, please, Mac. This is D3. This is something I always keep my eye on. And this was always a big sign of economic problems under the Obama administration. The U.S. long-term unemployment rate has hit a 4-year high. So one of the big arguments for the nerds out there who are watching the 2012 Mitt Romney debate, there was this moment where Romney and Obama were arguing about the unemployment rate. And this is something that Romney very clumsily was not able to hit home, but I have always thought was a real precursor to some of the economic dissatisfaction from 2012 to 2016. It's this long-term unemployment rate where what it means is that people who are unemployed are taking longer to find new jobs than at any point in the last 4 years, and that they're staying unemployed longer and longer. So it says it now takes an average of more than 11 weeks for an unemployed person in the U.S. to find a new job. That is the longest since 2021 during the entire COVID insanity when a bunch of people were let go from their jobs as a result of the lockdowns. Some 26% of 7.5 million unemployed actively searching for work have been looking for more than 6 months. So this is a huge problem because you've got unemployment insurance that doesn't last nearly as long. They say that it sees households under significant stress. People have emergency savings, can stretch them a little bit, but the longer you do, the more likely it is that you don't have the savings to cover very basic bills. Bad for households, bad for the economy, pushes people into debt. Outside of the pandemic, we are now at the highest rate that we have seen in a decade, and it is heading in the wrong direction. And these, by the way, are from the official BLS statistics. So you can see a significant actually increase. One thing I also underestimated was that the government shutdown actually appears to have ticked things up. Same things have started to tick up after the government shutdown. Can't pinpoint exactly why, but several million people went 41 days without a paycheck. If some contractors I think I forget exactly what the rules are, but I know some contractors in some cases are not entitled to back pay. That could have been it. Could have caused like some immediate retrenchment combined with the tariff policy. People again. There's multifactorial reasons why all of these things happen, but in general, it's just not a number that you want to see. And this is where the dollar and the Federal Reserve also comes into play, and interest rates, because that's what matters, for in terms of juicing the economy if you do want to try and do so.
The longer that a person is unemployed, the more difficult it is for them to get back in the job market. Their skills atrophy. Employers who are evaluating resumes think that there's something wrong with you and decide to go with someone who, is just switching jobs or who is new out of college. I mean, that's the other thing we've been tracking, though, is college grads really particularly struggling, new college grads particularly struggling. I think the introduction of AI is part of that, even though it doesn't seem like the AI promise hasn't really fully come to fruition, but I think companies are kind of putting things on hold to see if they can get away with fewer workers and substituting in AI and shifting more work burden onto the workforce that they already have. They're sort of testing the waters for what they can get away with. And we've also seen an economy, which this has been, the trend over decades. There's numbers coming out this morning where the earnings of this company and that company look, pretty strong. But those top line numbers for the companies and the titans of industry and the oligarch class, or the Epstein class, as Ro Khanna calls them, none of that is trickling down to benefit your average American. It is largely disconnected from the experience of the average person. So, it used to be that there was more of a connection between, okay, there's a productivity increase, the corporate giants are doing well, that means the workers are going to do better. That relationship has totally severed, so that, if you have the company overall doing well, it by and large doesn't really matter for the, your average worker out there. So that's one of the disconnects that's going on in the economy right now, and why you have such a tale of, two realities, the asset owning class versus the rest of everybody else.
Yeah, it's just so obvious. And the fact that the political class just never wakes up. It's like, how could you have an economic backlash election to Joe Biden when the S&P was up by 80% or whatever over the course of his presidency? Because the point is that those gains do not largely go to the average income and or household. So, for example, let's put this healthcare one up there. This is a very important story. They say health insurance is now more expensive than the mortgage for these Americans. Monthly health insurance bills are rocketing higher for middle income earners who rely on Obamacare. So they say millions of Americans starting to see their monthly health insurance bills rise. Expanded subsidies have now gone. They point to, for example, a 47-year-old couple who paid $255 a month last year for a low-end ACA plan. Late last year, they learned their bill would be going up to $2,155, a sum nearly triple their monthly mortgage payment of $760. First of all, I need to meet these people and find out how they got a $760 mortgage. But second, you could say a $2,000 bill when you previously paid $255 is extraordinary. It's crazy, right? And so the general principle is, regardless of whether it's more than your mortgage or not, $2,000 a month, no matter what income level you are at, is insane for healthcare. Specifically for two 47-year-olds. You guys know I don't have a ton of sympathy for boomers who are like early retirees and rich, but that's not really the case whenever we look at two probably self-employed people, probably people like you and I, maybe small business, something like that, which have to rely on the open exchanges.
Yeah.
And,
that's right around what we pay for our family.
Yeah. So there you go. Right.
Yeah.
And you have multiple children. And I think for me, I've been I know I've read the stories, but to experience it yourself, this is just currently. So I talked about, my daughter had to stay in the NICU immediately after birth. I did not receive a bill this entire time. And my insurance company gave me an explanation of benefits saying, you owe zero because I hit my deductible, my very high $14,500 deductible. And then this, 8-9 months later, I just got a bill from them for $25,000. And I was like, what? I was like, and so now this is the hidden productivity cost. I know the bill is wrong. The insurance company is not going to dispute it on my behalf. I have to call and to be like, oh, you're wrong and you need to read. And they're like, well, you're going to have to do a 3-way call. I mean, just the loss. I'm pretty confident I'm not going to have to pay anything. I really am. But this is opportunity costs of time, mental energy, like hostile insurance agents and hospital people who do not care about you at all and who are like, well, that's what the bill says. And I'm like, well, that's not what the insurance company says, right? And then anyway, I'm just pointing out though that this is just on a micro level, like in terms of how insane this type of system is. And yes, I know it's just my first foray. I've never had to deal with something like this before, but I've read about many of these types of stories, and yeah, it can literally suck hours of your life dealing with this type of nonsense.
The whole purpose of, I know yours is a little bit different because the bill is coming from the hospital.
Right.
And so the problem is actually with them. But I mean, the whole purpose of health insurance companies is to deny as much payment as they can and make you on the hook for as much as they possibly can. Like, that's how they turn a profit. And it genuinely, having never lived in any country other than the US, it genuinely seems miraculous to me that there are so many other countries around the world where you don't have this absolute nightmare, where you literally walk in and get care and walk out. There's no, here, where's your health insurance card? Let me call. You're not covered. Let me send them the bill. No, you get the bill. No, you didn't meet your deductible. Like, none of that. You just get care and then you leave. That is totally incomprehensible to me. It seems so miraculous that that is the case. And yet that is the case in every other developed country in the entire world. And think of all the distortions. I mean, obviously the cost burden on people is unbelievable, but then it creates all sorts of weird distortions where maybe someone who would otherwise start a company and be an entrepreneur and be able to, add something additional to the economy, they can't leave their job because they need that healthcare. Let's put this last one up on the screen because this is a mystery to me and one that we have to continue to track in terms of the economy. You had a record number of home purchase cancellations in December. So people who, they thought they had a deal, they signed a contract, and then they end up backing out of it, reached a record high. And I genuinely don't know what that's all about. My best guess is that just people get kind of spooked. Like, they're just not feeling super secure about their financial situation. They're not, there was a whole tariff conversation going on. I don't know what led to this, but it doesn't seem like a good sign, Sagar, of how people are feeling about the economy.
Yeah, I tried to figure it out too. I couldn't find a single article that actually broke any of it down. So total mystery, probably, like you said, uncertainty and just general feeling of like, hey, now's not a good time. Maybe, maybe the interest rate changed, something like that. I really have no idea, but yeah, it is. We got to keep an eye on that.
I looked at the mortgage rates and there was
What's
not
it, like,
an
5.8?
obvious. It was like 6, for 30-year mortgage. It was like in the 6s. And there was no obvious like, oh, they're really going up fast or they're really going down fast. And maybe we wait a little bit and secure a better rate. It was just kind of like, up and down somewhere in the 6s the whole time. So there's not an obvious story to be told from the interest rates, but, something is clearly going on there.
It hasn't changed much. I mean, it's just like dipping up and down. Yeah, I'm looking at the general trend. There's been some shift, but nothing world changing in the last few months.
Nothing
Very
particularly
odd.
noteworthy. So I don't know.
Well, if you're a housing specialist, let us know. Leave a comment and tell us what happened. Okay, well, let's go to the next one.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show, helps.
Thank you very much for taking time to join us. I want to explore your ability to explain to us what's happening in Venezuela. But before we get there, and before we get to Trump's so-called Board of Peace, your take on the murder of Alex Preddy by ICE agents in Minneapolis on Saturday.
Well, I don't think a lot of people will be surprised that outraged by it or that called it months ago when I said again and again on our gray zone that the purpose of ICE in this administration exploit and the immigration crisis in order to impose a repressive of terror on the American population and push the boundaries of the Constitution in order to expand executive power under this administration. And that includes using lethal force against protesters and then activating the Trump propaganda machine to brand those protesters as domestic terrorists. According to a Department of Homeland Security bulletin, anyone who expresses opinions that are opposed to harsh immigration enforcement or are anti-capitalist, in the words of that bulletin, contain characteristics of domestic terrorism. And so protest activity itself puts Americans' lives in danger according to the parameters of this administration. And that's where they're moving American society and American law. But there's another point here, which I think is pertinent for people who might not necessarily agree with me on immigration, for example, who come from the libertarian camp or even the conservative side or even from MAGA, which is that this administration has wreaked so much havoc in American streets enforcing gun laws. It started in DC with the federal occupation of DC. Federal troops, which were basically there as cover for ICE, were rampaging through DC's inner city enforcing gun laws. Then we saw them disarm Alex Priddy, who was a licensed gun owner, and then execute him after he was disarmed, which is sort of the nightmare of every Second Amendment believing American who opposed what the feds did at Ruby Ridge and Waco. And what about the prosecution of Nicolas Maduro, who is being prosecuted aside from the phony narco terror charges after the Venezuelan president was kidnapped? He's being prosecuted on the basis of a 1934 outmoded, antiquated U.S. gun law because he supposedly possessed automatic weapons because he had a military. So the Trump administration is actually also eroding the Second Amendment of the Constitution as well as the First Amendment, which grants us the right of freedom of assembly.
Here's Trump talking about the gun, and he, like Kash Patel and Kristi Noem and the others, have no understanding of the Second Amendment. It's going to damage them politically, as you pointed out. But here he is. He's also claiming, and when we run this clip, number 15, Chris, he's also claiming he didn't hear what Kristi Noem said when she said that Alex Priddy was out there to commit mass slaughter. And when Stephen Miller, who whispers into his ear all day, said Alex Priddy was an assassin. We'll watch all this. Number 15.
Do you agree with the assessment from some of your own officials that Alex Priddy is a domestic terrorist or an assassin?
Well, I haven't heard that, but certainly he shouldn't have been carrying a gun. But hey, look, bottom line, everybody in this room, we view that as a very unfortunate incident, okay? Right. Everyone, unless you're a stupid person, very, very unfortunate incident. I don't like that he had a gun. I don't like that he had 2 fully loaded magazines. That's a lot of bad stuff. And despite that, I say that's a very unfortunate.
Whatever your view is on the Second Amendment, the Supreme Court has made it clear it's in the same category as the First Amendment. An unloaded gun is, of course, absurd and of no value whatsoever. His gun was in a holster in the small of his back. He never touched it. ICE pushed a lady to the ground because she blew a whistle at them and photographed them, both constitutionally protected behavior. Alex Priddy went to help the woman. That's when they pushed him to the ground, removed his gun from his holster, sprayed pepper spray in his eye. The last thing he saw before he gave up the ghost was pepper spray coming at his eyes, and then shot him 9 times in the back. That is defensible?
Well, before that, they called Renee Good a domestic terrorist.
Right, right. And then they called her spouse a domestic terrorist.
I mean, we're all terrorists now, I suppose. Renee Good was not armed. They claimed that she was armed with a vehicle, but the vehicle was driving away. The officer fired a shot from the side window while she was driving away, shot her in the face, and then called her. I don't know if I can use bad language on this show or what, but he cursed her as strongly as he could have. And then there was video of the officers celebrating afterwards.
Right.
You see Donald Trump failing to hold his own secretaries, his cabinet secretaries, accountable because they are following the directives that were handed down by Donald Trump's top aide, Stephen Miller, who designed this entire program, who seeks to ignite a soft civil war in order to polarize the American electorate. And he had hoped that the Democrats would overreact, or that there would be violence against ICE officers, potentially lethal violence, which would have allowed them to escalate the repression. But the opposite has happened. And now they fired Greg Bovino, who was in charge of the Minneapolis occupation, not just because he failed to demonstrate his ability to pull the pin off a tear gas canister that he was demonstratively throwing at a crowd, not only because he threw like a girl when he threw it at the crowd, but because he's simply the fall guy for Stephen Miller and the brains of the Trump administration, the architects of this series of occupations, which was designed to ignite soft civil war in America. And one last point, does anyone remember Kyle Rittenhouse, who was acquitted of shooting 3 people? He was holding a gun at a protest. He was holding an automatic weapon, which he loaded at a protest, and he was acquitted, and he was defended by the entire right wing and brought to TPUSA conferences. And he had that gun at a protest because Wisconsin was an open carry state, and you're allowed to do that.
Chris, play the clip of Trump saying you have the right to carry a gun.
Question is on crime prevention. Would you be open to expanding the national concealed carry to apply to DC like it does in other states like Texas?
Yeah. Well, they have it in some states and they feel strongly about it. As you know, I'm in favor of it. People have to protect themselves. I'm a Second Amendment person, very simply. People have to be able to protect themselves. Especially like in Washington, you walk down the street, a guy comes up and slugs you. He's got a pistol in his hand. You can be tough, you can be in great shape, you can be a powerful person, or you can be a guy that weighs 100 pounds with a gun in your hand. And I'll bet on the guy with the gun 100% of the time, right? And so you need protection. So I'm a Second Amendment person all the way. Yeah, please.
I don't like the fact that he was carrying a gun that was fully loaded and he had 2 magazines with him, and it's pretty.
He'll say whatever suits him at the moment. Last question on this before we get to international affairs. Can you draw a line between the military murders in the Caribbean and the ICE murders in Minneapolis?
Well, we should also point out Kash Patel said you're not supposed to have a gun at a protest.
Yeah, well, Kash Patel doesn't understand the law, federal or state.
I mean, we can call this an imperial boomerang, what's taking place here. The lawlessness of the Trump administration and the lawlessness of the U.S. empire in general has never taken into consideration international law. And we saw that most nakedly with the kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro. In order to grab Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, the U.S. military killed numerous civilians, blew up communications towers, attacked military bases, killed 32 Cuban officers who were protecting Maduro. It was a very bloody raid. And they did it because Trump simply invoked the Don Roe doctrine, which means the strongest power in the hemisphere gets to dominate all of the other powers and plunder their resources. And he's applying the same rules in the streets of America, which is that if you are in the way of federal power, you can and will be shot, and then you will be put on trial before the media and branded a lesbian or a bad mother or a woke person who deserved what you got. You will actually be prosecuted. The Trump administration actually attempted to prosecute, I believe it was Renee Good, but couldn't because she was dead. The Trump administration is even trying to invade embassies for immigration raids, like the Ecuadorian embassy, in violation of the Vienna Accords, which govern foreign consulates. So it's complete lawlessness across the hemisphere, and it's blowing back into American cities. And people, if they are being betrayed by their local leadership, are going out and actually putting their lives on the line. And they should recognize that that is what revolutionary governments in the Western Hemisphere have done historically, from Cuba to Nicaragua to El Salvador to Venezuela, is to actually mobilize against this empire, which has never respected their sovereign rights under international law.
By what authority is Marco Rubio attempting to become the governor general of Venezuela?
By the authority of the Don Road Doctrine. There's literally no there's literally no international legal protocol or pretext for this arrangement in which profits that are being extracted from Venezuela's oil industry are being placed in a private account belonging to the Trump administration in Qatar, which will be a slush fund for Trump Incorporated, the most nakedly, shamelessly corrupt administration in U.S. history, which is acting in the grand tradition of corruption in U.S. administrations.
When you say in the hands of the Trump administration, do you mean the Trump organization, the umbrella company that owns all of his many, many corporations, or the federal government?
I don't believe the Treasury Department is taking charge of this account in Qatar. And that is unique. Why is it in Qatar instead of in the United States? Or the and even if it were taken to the United States, it's pure plunder. This is the property of the Venezuelan government, which negotiated this deal at the point of a gun, at the point of a possibly experimental directed energy weapon, in which the remaining leaders of Venezuela were given calls and told, you have 15 minutes to decide if we kill you or you negotiate this deal with us in which we get your oil and we split the profits with you. They've also enacted a hydrocarbons law in Venezuela's National Assembly, which rolls back the 2007 reforms of the oil industry by Hugo Chavez. Again, they're not just negotiating among themselves like a normal parliament. They're negotiating with the U.S. pointing a gun at their head, threatening to come back in and invade. But you have this multi-billion-dollar arrangement with an account in Qatar, a country which has substantial influence over Donald Trump, which has paid him hundreds of billions of dollars, gifted him an Air Force One jet. And the American public enjoys no transparency over what happens with that money. Is it going to be reinvested into the U.S.? I don't think so. It looks like a personal slush fund for Trump Incorporated.
Who has control over the billions collected and on the Trump Peace Board? Where's all that cash going?
A great question. I mean, look at the logo of the Board of Peace. It's modeled after the UN Security Council logo, except it's embossed in gold. In true,
I wonder why.
Yeah, just cheesy Trumpian aesthetics. And the Board of Peace essentially aims to replace the UN Security Council and the more democratic multilateral model of the UN with a one world Trumpian government in which countries and individuals who can pay $1 billion get to sit on the Board of Peace. This includes not only Javier Milei of Argentina, a Zionist fanatic and member of the Chabad cult, to which Jared Kushner also belongs. Jared Kushner is sort of the middleman, or the director of the middleman for the Board of Peace, who's not actually in any government role. But you also have Tony Blair, who also doesn't serve any government, but has been a lobbyist and a rainmaker for the United Arab Emirates, which is the other country involved with Israel in the Epstein Accords, also known as the Abraham Accords, and has worked as a lobbyist for JP Morgan. And now he's working for Larry Ellison. Larry Ellison being the billionaire friend of Netanyahu, CEO of Oracle, which runs many data centers, which are powering the AI economy that Trump has invested so much in. And Larry Ellison is, as I said, an ideological Zionist who is going to benefit and profit from the so-called master plan put forward by Jared Kushner at the World Economic Forum in Davos, where if you look at the map of the master plan, there are entire sectors of Gaza, which is transformed into a biometrically enforced concentration camp, where data centers will be built. And that's a model going forward for any conflict zone in which the Board of Peace manages the conflict resolution, and Larry Ellison is paid into it through his man, Tony Blair. Tony Blair, I should mention, how does he control Tony Blair? The Tony Blair Institute is an influence peddling racket, and Larry Ellison is the largest donor. So that's how I'm just giving you an example of one figure on the Board of Peace to help everyone understand how the Board of Peace works. And it will essentially replace the UN with this oligarchic, hyper-capitalist pay-for-play model in which the most powerful get a say and everyone else is a target.
So if I were to ask you how Tony Blair got on the board, where his $1 billion contribution came from, the answer is Larry Ellison.
Exactly. I mean,
doesn't Larry Ellison also own TikTok?
Larry Ellison put up the money for TikTok, which is now seeing a record exodus of users who cannot stand the Israeli censorship model. I mean, you have TikTok's new, I think.
We have
David Press video.
Yeah, watch this. Go ahead, Chris.
We made a change to designate the use of the term Zionist as a proxy for a protected attribute as hate speech. So if somebody were to use Zionist, of course you can use it in the sense of you're a proud Zionist. But if you're using it in the context of degrading somebody, calling somebody a Zionist as a dirty name, then that gets designated as hate speech to be moderated against. Over the course of 2024, we tripled the amount of accounts that we were banning for hateful activity. We also have, I think, over 24 Jewish organizations that are constantly feeding us intelligence and information when they spot violative trends. There is no finish line. There's no finish line to moderating hate speech, identifying hateful trends, trying to keep the platform safe. There's no such thing as an end game.
So Jewish Zionists have taken control of TikTok to neutralize the platform as a central hub of Palestine solidarity and anti-war influence by young people who are independently creating this content on their own. And that was something that senators and Biden administration officials had explicitly complained about. They'd explicitly called for neutralizing TikTok. It's been done. Larry Ellison put up the funds along with Mark Andreessen, this pro-Trump, pro-Israel AI warlord, and Ben Horowitz, his partner, his venture capital partner, who's the son of David Horowitz, the anti-Palestinian late agitator. It's a naked power grab by Israel. And now they're saying that you cannot critique Zionism, which is like banning Americans from discussing fascism in the context of the genocide that Jews and others suffered during World War II. You're not allowed to discuss the ideology. And that's because they're planning on more war crimes and more atrocities, and they have to turn down the temperature because too many Americans and too many young people across the West got wise to what was going on after they saw Israel's response to October 7th.
And as a result, there's been an exodus from, interesting word, from TikTok.
Yeah, a lot of people are going to this new social media site called Upscrolled, which has been founded by a Palestinian CEO who says that he lost over 60 members of his own family in the Gaza genocide. we started an account at the Gray Zone, but right now it's kind of buggy. We're having some trouble with the video uploads. I hope you start an account there too. But leaving TikTok is a matter of principle. And we should also mention that Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, took a special trip down to Miami last week to meet with Miriam Adelson and appeared at the Israeli American Council conference, which is the Adelson's version of AIPAC, to announce that the administration is taking new measures to censor speech critical of Israel. This is completely unprecedented for an attorney general to meet with an Israeli billionaire cutout and then announce a legal crackdown on American citizens for exercising their First Amendment right to criticize and condemn a criminal foreign government. But it's all out in the open right now. And this is the agenda of the Trump-Netanyahu axis.
Wow. I'm not sure where any of this is going to go. Oh, by the way, how many Palestinians are on the Board of Peace?
No Palestinians are involved in the master plan. It's Jared Kushner, a Chabad member, a Jewish Zionist billionaire whose father helped keep Donald Trump's real estate empire afloat, whose father, Charles Kushner, got a pardon from Donald Trump after he committed more fraud than every Somali American combined, and then was granted the ambassadorship in France. It is the most corrupt, nakedly genocidal arrangement I could imagine, in which Jared Kushner is the CEO of an investment firm which has and he's announced his intention to build real estate on the coast of Gaza.
Well, by what legal or moral authority can Jared Kushner control Gaza?
Well, there was the UN Security Council vote in which the US put forward a resolution to create the Board of Peace, and Russia and China did not veto this resolution. And now Vladimir Putin sits on the Board of Peace. So he's enabling Donald Trump and enabling this corrupt arrangement, I assume because he wants to find a way of resolving the Ukraine proxy war. But that's what allowed this to take place. And now the only thing standing between the Trump-Netanyahu axis, using Gaza as a dystopian, biometrically controlled laboratory for disaster capitalism and ethnic cleansing, and then exporting that model to every other conflict zone of the world and maybe into our own cities, the only thing standing between that and us is the Palestinian resistance that they seek to disarm. And to the extent that they cannot disarm the Palestinian resistance and the resistance remains in Gaza, the master plan fails.
Thank you, Max. Thank you for
Kofi. Follow me.